welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamer words to tonight's Monday stream. I straight up almost said Wednesday. I was like, wait, it's not Wednesday. Why am I thinking that is Wednesday? Anyway, hello everybody. It's Monday today. So welcome in everybody to tonight's Monday stream. I hope you're having a good day today. Also, why does it say I'm so quiet on OBS? Did I do? I don't know why it says I'm so quiet. I did just wake up about 10 minutes ago. Uh, I took a small nap. So I'm trying to get those gears going. So hopefully it's okay. Welcome in everybody. Welcome in. Hope you're having a good day. If not, it's going to be a spicy day now. Well, I don't say spicy. I don't think we're gonna get too spicy today. But we're not gonna get too racist. We're not gonna get too sexist. We're not gonna get too transphobic today. That I'm aware of. I don't know. I say that, but then I can always probably find an excuse to be all of those above. I'm sure I can probably make it happen. You are too quiet, which is a good thing. Well, I that's probably, well, maybe it's left over from Outlast. I'm not exactly sure. I was gonna say Side Scrollers was dead in the night for you. Yeah, I've been slowly changing my sleep schedule for like 5 days now, so I would be okay for Side Scrollers. Since for that. So I'm proud of myself there. I still play fucking shit though. And that's a whole different story in itself. So I took a small little nap. uh, Destroying hides signs of humanity. I know, it's a miracle, and I'm going to revert my sleep schedule immediately tonight. I got up at 10 a.m. and I slept like shit, and then side scrollers, all the fun stuff. And then I was getting ready for today's stream, and I talked to my dad, hung out with him a bit because usually I don't see him since I do sleep during the day. And then I took a small nap, and now I'm drinking 16 ounces of gamer subs. So I think I got like an hour nap in there. I might die of a heart attack. I can kind of feel my chest a little bit, but it's fine. I'm gonna see if I can fix my sleep schedule to go back again. Oh my god, and we're starting off stream really generous today on YouTube. Holy fuck, dudes. This is definitely a way to start stream. I'm not complaining. Thank you MFB 132 for the $4.99. Woke up grateful not to live in Minnesota. Ungrateful tanks aren't really in Minnesota. Actually, that's basically, yeah, that's how I feel. I'm glad I'm not in that hellhole state. It's actually beautiful. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. It's like a little slice of Canada, and Canada's absolutely beautiful too. But it also has a little slice of Canadian politics to go with it. You could maybe make the argument for. So, with the crazy fucking leftist there. So, sad. Also, yeah, thanks for the $5 redos. I know who you are. But I appreciate the money, though. I ain't gonna complain about it. And welcome new people who came over from Side Schools. I appreciate you checking me out. Hopefully I can give you some quality entertainment today. I am a political streamer with a side of games. And tonight is a political night. We'll see what Wednesday brings. Maybe that will be a game. I have been playing I just started Outlast recently, and that's been fucking hell. So that's gonna be, if you like screams and blasting your eardrums off, check that out. That's for fucking sure. I can tell you that. Yeah. Well, I am on the right. I am on the right. That's like guaranteed. I am biased, and I'm proud of being biased. I don't give a shit, okay? I tried being the classical, liberal. I tried being the enlightened centrist for many, many years. And I don't give a shit anymore. My opinions are my opinions. I'm not very smart, but I'm very opinionated like a good woman is. And I like to yap like a good woman. And there's no man to make me shut up. So, here I am. And I am racist, I am sexist, I am transphobic, I am homophobic. I am all the ists and the obes. I don't give a flying fuck. So, yeah. Yeah, welcome in people from Side Scrollers. I hope If this fits your cup of tea, hopefully you enjoy it. If not, you've been forewarned. But thank you for stopping by. Uh, uh, good job of claiming up during side scrollers, by the way. Thank you. Listen, it's not my channel, okay? Not my channel. I'm not gonna slur. I'm not going to try to break TOS or say anything too spicy. It's not my channel. Um, and then maybe once I get like a feel of things, I'll be okay. But you know, like I am on the Archcast, that type of deal. But not on the side scrolls. uh, I am on the right, but I love the Beanie Man as well, so no offense here. I never actually got on the Tim Pool. I tried, but I just could not do it. Like he was just too much of the fence up his ass. Even though I tried my best to like see both sides and stuff. And then he went on like for like 3 years straight talking about Civil War, and it's like, okay, duty, okay, come on. Where's that Civil War? Come on. I mean, you could make the argument that we have been in a civil war for actually a while now. It's the culture war. It's been a cold culture war. Everything, well, I'm gonna say online, but a lot of it's based off the media, social media, movies, TV shows, games. You know, the whole Gamergate saga. I mean, aren't we in like Gamergate 3 at this point? Some shit like that. You can make that argument in that case, but actual like, you know, fighting on the streets type of deal. It's like, okay, TikTok Beanie Man, come on. It's happening right now. Well, right now, yes, but you're doing a little bit of a blast in the past. And then in that case, where he would just, you know, because there'd be Antifa rioting in the streets and milkshaking and punching people. But it would only be like Richard Spencer, Sargon of Akkad, Blair White, you know, all these people who would actually like go out in the streets themselves and, you know, actually like record this stuff and actually do like investigative journalism or be at speeches at like different college campuses, like Milo Yiannopoulos back when, you know, he was a real thing. And this it wasn't. They were violent then, and they have been violent many times. But actually having brawls on the street with two opposing sides on that stuff, not just figureheads, not just Republicans being shot at a baseball game. I mean the left has, you know, there was a guy in 2020 who got shot for wearing a MAGA hat in Portland, I believe, and then there was also, you know, Chaz that got set up in Seattle. Like the left has been violent, but the right actually physically fighting back has not happened. So therefore I don't count that as an actual civil war. And man, you guys are being generous today. Oh man, Flame the Man 23, thank you for the dollar deal over on Rumble. Welcome in, Rumble Bros. I see you guys. I know you're far and few between, but I see you and I appreciate you. Sorry about the black pill, but Trump won't do anything about Minnesota. He's cucking the right with all the edits on Twitter while being asleep at the wheel. Yeah, I mean, if eventually he'll have to do something, I would imagine. Maybe a little bit, I'm coping too much. But people are getting fatigue, right? Everybody's been talking about, like, black fatigue, and that's been happening. And people have been taking a break from the black fatigue as other things have been happening. But, like, there's that whole topic of like, 2025 there. Eventually, people are going to be fatigued that Minnesota is still on fire 2 weeks later. Like me, for example, right? Like, this is my third stream talking, I think this is my third stream talking about the riots in Minnesota. I did a few, then I did the reactions to, like, both Nick Shirley's videos here so far. And every single day, especially on the weekends, because, you know, that's when people aren't going to work, there have been more and more updates as things have been escalating so far. It has been 2 weeks of non-stop fire, and nothing's actually happening. They're saying they're doing stuff, and ICE is there arresting people, which is great, but they're arresting the illegals, which is great. Once again, I don't want to. Okay, I should probably report that because that gives the wrong implication there. But actually, the rioters and the protesters actually, you know, harassing the ICE agents. Nothing's really being done about them. And eventually it's either gonna fall out of the news cycle, or things are gonna ramp up into, you know, Beanie Man's civil war, or he's actually gonna have to do something. Or it's gonna turn into like Portland and Seattle, actually. You know what? Actually, here we go. Here's the theory. Portland and Seattle have essentially been a lost cause for many years. In 2016, when they were the hotbeds of Antifa violence for Trump's first term, eventually people just stopped talking about them because every single day there was something new. Yes, but it was the same old, same old. You know, somebody gets raped, somebody gets murdered, another autonomous zone is set up. Eventually, people will stop talking about Minnesota if he doesn't actually do stuff. But Minnesota's not going to get worse. Not going to get better. So, it's there's many different things that could possibly happen, but action needs to be taken now. And nothing's happening because nothing ever happens. Um, Thank you, Mr. Cat Attack, for the $2 redos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wish my boy Robert E. Lee a happy birthday, chat. Yes. Happy Robert E. Lee Day and not the fucking Enwa. Thank you, Zaloxon, for the $5 redos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trump New Zealand revoked the Insurrection Act or use leftist tactics and held his base in Minnesota used to get rid of issues. Well, he's not gonna do the latter because he's still a boomer and he's going to be polite. And I don't say polite because not like Trump's really known for being polite, right? But he's too generous, still playing by the old rule. You know, where both sides are supposed to come together and shake hands and say that they're gonna play fair and even, and that just doesn't happen. That hasn't happened in decades, if you actually look back. So it basically leads to the Insurrection Act. Now I know he talked about it recently, over like a few days ago, that if something doesn't actually happen and Waltz and Frey don't actually handle the situation, he'll use the Insurrection. But he could have used the Insurrection Act like 2 weeks ago. So I'm at the point where words are pretty fucking cheap. You can say you're gonna do stuff, but until I actually see a fucking action in real time, I'm just gonna press X to doubt. And if it means I have to take an L and say that I'm wrong, that like, oh, Trump's not gonna do anything, does something, okay, cool, great. I will happily take the L that Trump actually did something. And after I've been saying that he's not doing anything, I will take that L in this case. But right now, well, so. And then thank you, Marmillion, for the $10 redos. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. With a little heart. Well, I appreciate it, my dude. I appreciate it. Here's a heart to you too. Yeah, no socialism though. And then by the way, we're already halfway to the goal on YouTube. You guys are fucking mad lads. I didn't even get a chance to be like, yeah, if you hit the goal, I'll put the P.E.P.E. hoodie on. You guys are already halfway there, so I guess whenever we get there, I'll put the P.E.P.E. hoodie on. It's crazy. So thank you guys. Thank you, Flame the Man, for another dollar too. Gotta bounce the gay fed up. Nick Fuentes is on Beanie Man tonight. Oh yeah. Okay, that's reasonable enough. That's I'm sure that's gonna be an interesting stream. And thank you, Kalergi, for the $5 redos. You know stuff when you're on side scrollers, but don't know anything when it's just us. You are dropping interesting facts about ex-KGB defectors. We want the smart black man to take over mall shifts too. Well, I mean, I don't know. I know you're talking about. I brought up Yuri Bezmenov on the side scrollers. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, performance anxiety. Well, usually that makes your dick limp instead of or I guess in my case, my brain, limp in that case. On that, I don't know. I just, I am retarded. Okay, I don't have an excuse. Oh. I don't know. I'm sorry, chat. You get the retarded version of me. Thank you, Father Joe the Second, for the 8-month subby bubby. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Mo. I've been busy, lady. Lately. Speaking of being retarded, lately. So I've missed your streams. Hope you've been keeping well and chat's been generous. Your future children need money. Well, thank you, my dude. I appreciate it. And I hope all your busyness is good things and not bad things. But stop by whenever you get a chance. Don't feel bad. Everything's going well, and I hope life is going back for you too. Mm-hmm. I thank you, Marmillion, for a subby bubby as well. How long was your sub? How long has your sub? I saw it earlier, but then. Oh no, where did your subby bubby go? Was it 4? I think it was 4 months. My apologies. My apologies. I lost it. I lost subby bubby. And thank you also to C James J88 for 2 months in a row for subby bubbies. And Sims 82 for 8 months. Well, you guys are super fucking cool, my dude. Can't believe it's almost been like even close to a year since I actually pick more consistent. So if you say Bezmenov, people will know what you're talking about. You can say it with a Russian accent if you want Bezmenov. I don't know how to do a Russian accent. I can't do accent. I just say things, and I mostly mispronounce things a lot. All the time. Thank you, Nerdy Texan Accountant. For becoming a Diddy Blood. Over on YouTube. Thanks for becoming a Diddy Blood. I know I made the memberships the names that I named them, obviously, but every once in a while when somebody joins and I see, I'm like, yes, you're a Diddy Blood now. I can't help but laugh. She gained sentience for a second, impossible. I'm halfway through the gamer subs now. A little less than halfway through the gamer subs. We'll see how this goes. Fuck. Hopefully your Russian accent's good as your British one. Yeah. No. I tried learning Russian once. I did not. Then I forgot it all in a millisecond, so that was cool. Never again. Never again. I can't learn. I have issues with learning languages. It's just something about my brain just shuts off. I'm assuming the same thing for accents. Just goes out the window. So it's a metronome between Trust the Plan and Fell for It Again award. True and real. That's how I feel like this channel is. Like, I will praise Trump when he is doing well and a good little goy, like with the Maduro situation. And then I will criticize him for being a Diddy Blood, like he has been for like 6 months beforehand, for these different things. So, I try to go like, like, I have my opinions and I have my position. I know a lot of them are actually not realistic. I am aware that a lot of my opinions aren't possible to turn into fruition anytime soon with the current culture, with Trump in charge, and like that. But it doesn't change the fact that I am trying to push to make that happen. I might not be the most eloquent. I might not be the smartest and most well read about the subject. And I'm definitely a little bit more emotional, a little bit more reactionary for different things, and maybe not the frontline soldier used to send in to convince the normies. But I am trying to push for what I think is right and correct. even if it is unrealistic. Because if you go back 10 years ago, I didn't have, a lot of these opinions that I did now. Without things getting worse and learning about different other people. I know that's been the same case for a lot of people too. A lot of people were not why more problems great, why more solutions until more recently. I mean, it was a big wake up call. And I'm hoping, give it another 5 to 10 years, and we can, repeal the 19th. That would be hella cool. I'd be more than happy to repeal the 19th. That would be like half our problems right there. And then we can get rid of the Hart Stellar Act while we're at it. That's another half of our problems right there. And between those two issues, between women and foreigners, it's gonna be fucking paradise. And I will be yelling from the rooftops until that happens. Uh, but until then, I'll just cover the news and play games. Uh, Thank you, Pie Eater, for becoming a Coop Strong Soldier. Thank you, my dude. Thank you for joining the club. Now you can stop by members only stream. Speaking of, we had the first members only stream on Sunday, so yesterday. That was fucking fun. Speaking of which, any members who partake in it, because a lot the gift subs do give you that tier. So if you're gifted a sub, well, most of the gift subs, I eventually, it wasn't originally that, but then I changed it because I wanted more people to have the opportunity. So, if you've been gifted a sub, there's a 50-50 chance that you do have access to those. And if you, please let me know what you guys would like to see for members only streams a little bit, because they are for you, the members, and I want them to be fun for you. I don't really want them to be like exclusive, high-end, paid-wall content that people feel like they have to, pay to get this kind of stuff. But I also do want to make it more curated for members themselves. They are being very generous, by supporting the channel and allowing me to yap and state my opinions about these different things too. So, just if you're in the Discord server, just let me know or yell at me on stream enough, and maybe I'll see it. And we'll work things out. What was it even about? I yapped a lot about some political issues and just ranted about the state of things. And then we played Crusader Kings 3. And I haven't played Crusader Kings 3 in ages, and so it was mostly just trying to relearn how to play the game. And that was a fucking shit show. One of the members said that I should get Crusader Kings 2, because it's free and therefore be more accessible for more people to play together. So I have that in the chamber for the next members only stream and for February in that case. But we'll see how that goes, because once again, I do want to make them fun and engaging for members. Members will be beaten until flaccid. Also true. Okay, so enough of the foreplay. We have plenty of topics to cover today. Mainly Minnesota, but we got some Virginia, and then we got so much like random different things too in between. We'll see where the winds take us tonight. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick, and then we'll get this party started. Okay, I am back. Let's go. So, if you saw side scrollers today, we covered some of this earlier on side scrollers, with Craig and Blabs, Phoenix, and then Yellow Flash was there for a little bit. But there's been some updates as the day has gone on, and for those who wasn't miss side scrollers, check it out later what the case is. Well, we'll watch this video anyways because it's quite disturbing. But over the weekend, 3 things really happened in Minnesota that I feel like is worthwhile talking about. One is a bunch of fucking leftists raided a church and recorded them, screamed at them, made children cry, literally. Um, and Don Lemon was a huge part of this. One of those leftist presenters from mainstream media outlets. I think CNN. I listen. I'm not gonna lie. I'm too Zoomer for this shit. Like I know the name. I know he's black and gay, and I know he's a leftist, which not surprised. He's black gay. Uh, so but he's a huge part of this. And then Nick Sorter got his stuff stolen from, and that was a little bit of a rabbit hole that was pretty funny. And then another right-leaning investigative journalist, Jake Lang, got stabbed. So needless to say, fiery but mostly peaceful protests that have occurred. But first off, we'll start off with the church today. You'll start with the church. It is quite upsetting, so feel yourself. Audio adjustments about this because they go from quite the loud.
That is correct. You're interviewing.
Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good!
So just randomly go into a church and just start preaching about Renee Good. I say preaching, but that the pun was not intended in that case. And hands up, don't shoot like it's 2014 all over again, even though it was a complete farce. So, and just why? I know why they're doing this, but it's like, what do these people have to do with anything outside the church? Like, you only go to church for 1 hour a day, okay? The leftists have to go home and eat their slappa. I was gonna say cook food, but we know they don't actually cook. And play their video games and watch their TV slop for more than an hour a day. After they have to get done with their protesting, quote unquote. So let these people have their hour to pray to worship God. But because they're not actively out there protesting with them, they're enemy number one.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What
This is a sensitive young man right here. That look in his eye, his body language. If if he wasn't white and church and being recorded and knowing full well what would probably happen to him, if he did punch the guy recording, he totally would have. He totally would have. This isn't a man willing to square off and actually defend his girlfriend. Right there. He knows exactly. He knows exactly what's happening here, and that's why he stands up and and faces the guy with the camera.
Your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities?
I'm not going to comment.
You have no comment. Exactly.
And this picture's going viral. This little screenshot right here because this kid is very clearly crying and in his dad's arms, and mom is comforting him there, like, because he's like what, 6-7 years old. I know there's gonna be like two freaking retards in chat gonna be freaking out over 6-7. I know you. There. But and he's just going to church on Sunday. He probably didn't want to get up He probably didn't want to get up in the morning. I mean, I know I did not want like getting up in the morning to go to church when I was a kid. And so and he's been dragged to church. He has to sit still and be good, and that's really hard for a young boy to do so. And then all of a sudden, he's just left this I'm gonna call them rioters, even though right now they're not actually like burning anything down or destroying anything, because that's what they essentially are. Um, and are just come in. He just starts yelling and shouting like crazy. It's a church, so it's echoing. It's probably like a huge sensory overload to him. And they're just they're surrounding people. They're recording like it's just the poor kid has no clue what the fuck's going on. It's church. He's probably tired. He probably wants to go home and play, and all of a sudden these crazy people start storming in what's supposed to be a safe space. But and I don't mean the safe space from the lefty nonsense. It's actually supposed to be a haven. Churches are protected under the law, and they're just causing just a bunch of chaos and commotion. And if these people, I can almost guarantee, if Don Lemon was not actually involved with these people by recording them on live TV, more than likely this would have actually gotten violent. Well, we still have another minute and 46 seconds left for the video, and we will continue watching it. Don't worry. But there's a reason why they attacked the church. 100%. But what a lot of people don't really want to address on the right is the fact that church and Christianity specifically is an attack on white people. Obviously there, are people of color, minorities, nons, whatever you want to call them, that are Christian. But America is still a majority white nation, though those numbers are dropping. And it wasn't that long ago that it was a very much of a majority white nation and a very much a Christian nation. Atheists, which is what leftists are, or pagans, and that's essentially the same in my book, see Christianity as a way to attack white people because it is essentially a white person's faith. It's majority, it's Europe, France will used to be Catholic, obviously England's Protestant. It's Christianity generally is more associated with white people in the Western world. And they hate white people. It's that simple. I know a lot of people don't want to address this and just think they're all fucking crazy communists and stuff like that, but they actively hate white people and they want white people to die. And they have said this many times in many of their protests, and they say it all the time in Blue Sky and Twitter. They want white people and white children to die. And it was actually a few months ago, it's been memory hold at this point, but a few months ago, also in Minnesota, there was a Catholic school that got shut up by a tranny who purposely targeted them because they are Catholic themselves, and once again, white. This is an attack on white people and Christianity on purpose because they see all white people as racist, as being the patriarchy, as being Nazis and fascists by supporting Trump. Even though, as we can clearly see at a lot of the Minnesota protests, that majority of them, the protesters and rioters, are actually white themselves. But they hate themselves for being white. They see themselves as privileged. And that's why they will attack their own, and they're going after this church because it's one of the fundamental core aspects of being American is religion and being white.
Renee good! Renee good! Renee good!
I have no clue what that music is. Hopefully it's not too copyrighted. I can't tell if it's the church playing because a lot of these modern day churches play modern Christian rock music, or if it's from the lefty protesters being even more obnoxious. It kind of sounds a little bit more church music based off like how the melody's going, but
All these comfortable white people who are living lavish, comfortable lives while children are dragged into concentration camps.
I just want to say, the guy who's recording this sounds and kind of looks like Asmon. Now, the look-alike is a little bit of a stretch because of how fluffy his beard is. And it doesn't actually sound like Asmon one-to-one. But there is something about how he dresses and looks and sounds as like, this is like the left-wing version of Asmon Gold.
You're living real life, nice lives with your lattes, doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No! Jesus would die with immigrants. Do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities?
I honestly, kudos to these two guys right here, because this guy was, getting really close and harassing the woman there as they're sitting, just waiting it out, being, I will give these credit where credit is due. They were being good women. They weren't actually involved. They were sitting there, they weren't speaking. They weren't trying to, get into a fight, like actually being good women and not getting, being suicidal there. Props to them. But, when a strange guy who's clearly being an agitator is getting up close with a phone and filming them and yelling at them, yeah, that's when the men step in. And so kudos to the two guys that are like, okay, get the fuck out of here.
Come here to a man wearing a suit. Is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words? No.
And the thing is, okay, sorry for keep on pausing this thing over and over again. But it's like his Latinos and Somalian brothers and sisters. Yeah, no, they're not our brothers and sisters. They're foreigners, okay? They're absolutely fucking foreigners. They don't belong here in America, okay? And they're not even Christian. The Somalians are Muslims. They are not 100% Muslim in that case. Latinos, obviously, then people talk about how they're Christian. I don't really fucking care they're Christian, okay? You can celebrate and worship whatever fucking religion you want in your home country, okay? The Latinos can be Christian in Mexico. And the Somalians can be the Muslim, warlords that they want in Somalia, in Somaliland. They're not my brothers and sisters. They're not these guys' brothers and sisters. They are foreigners that are invading their state, their country here, and leeching off their tax-paying dollars. So no, they're not brothers and sisters. They're active invaders in that case. Jesus wearing a suit. This guy's just fucking saying shit just to fucking say shit.
Jesus would die with immigrants. Do not touch me. Touch me again and see what happens.
Hey, you can't.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack on humanity? Where are you? You're sinners. You're pretending to be Christians. But we know you live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life while people are starving.
Who's fucking starving in America? Like, actually, who is actually starving in America? No one, okay? You can maybe make an argument for the homeless, but I don't give a shit about the homeless. Unless they're veterans. Because 9 times out of 10, homelessness is brought upon oneself. That means you have burned every single bridge that you have in your life. Your family, your friends, and you're not able to actually leech off the welfare state, because clearly Somalians are doing very well leeching off the welfare state. The black community is doing very well leeching off the welfare state. Single mothers are doing very well leeching off the welfare state. So, homeless borderline has no excuse. 9 times out of 10, they're like actual hardcore drug addicts that put themselves in this position and are more than happy to be homeless because they can be free to do whatever they want and do the drugs. If you try to give them homes, it doesn't end up it's not very pretty. It's not very fucking pretty. Obviously, there's that 1 out of 10 that's a different story, but I'm sorry, 9 out of 10 is good enough for me to dismiss. So who's actually starving? Because the Somalians are fat, the blacks are fat, but single mothers are fat. Just mothers in general are fat, really. Now I know fat doesn't mean nutritionally wise. I know from my own experience as a kid. I was a fat kid, and I was raised on hamburger helper and frozen meals, but nutritionally I was deficient there. But I still had food in my stomach, regardless of how, disgusting it actually is. So, who's actually starving in America? I think they're doing pretty fucking well for themselves.
Hey! Out now! Out now!
Speaking of fatties, I mean, look how fat everybody here is. Once again, the statistics are racist.
Out now!
They're all like overweight.
Living real comfortable while the people starve. Living real comfortable while children are dragged into concentration camps. You're all living real comfortable, aren't you?
Okay, one, children are being dragged into concentration camps. That's another 2016 talking point that they haven't been able to get rid of. And two, like, okay, so people will always be starving. We have sent billions, actually no, we have sent trillions of aid to Africa since the 60s. And the only thing Africa has done is pop out more fucking babies. Where Nigeria has higher birth rates than the entirety of Europe, including Russia combined. Okay? So I don't really care if people are starving. Call me heartless, but I don't care if people are starving. I care more about what's actually happening here at home. And what's happening here at home was a bunch of crazy leftists going in and raiding the church and harassing people and are extremely violent and protecting illegals. That's what I fucking care about. There will always be poor. No matter the era of history, no matter how technologically advanced we are, there will always be poor people. And that's just a fact of life. There's going to be rich, there's going to be poor, and ideally a nice in between of being the majority of things. That's like the ideal, the middle class. But there will always be poor people, there will always be people suffering, there's always going to be people dying, there's always going to be people starving. But that's not happening in America, and fuck Africa, so...
Shame on you! Do something! Stand with the Somalis! Stand with the Latinos! Quit ignoring this injustice! He wears a suit and tie, and he hangs out with Christy Nome. How is that a Christian? You're supposed to accept all immigrants, are you not?
No, you're not actually supposed to accept all immigrants in the Bible. A lot of these leftist atheists like to talk about cherry picking that the right does, or that Christians do for the Bible, and that. And listen, my own bias is coming out here. That does happen quite a lot, but this is their side cherry picking as well. The Bible does say that you can actually have your own borders after all. And if you go with the Old Testament and tiny hat people, they are more than happy to say that their land was promised 3,000 years ago, and they're the chosen ones, and they can have their ethno state.
Is it the Jews?
So,
is it the Jews?
and
I'm assuming it's
Christians
always
go
the
based off the
Jews.
Old and the New Testament. And Jesus wasn't actually against people having their own nation. The open borders and allowing people in and en masse is actually a really new concept within ever since World War II has ended, roughly, more or less. The Hart-Celler Act in 1965 was the most recent aspect of immigration policy changing to allow everybody in from across the world. Until then, until that passed, we actually had pretty strict immigration policy, only allowing certain people in from certain countries, mainly from Europe. There was a whole debate, I think in the 40s, if I remember correctly, on whether or not Indians were even white. And the answer is no, because they're not white. Like, it's having an actual nation for your own people and just your own people is been that's been the standard for the entirety of human history. It's only in the modern times that everyone's equal. We all have to hold hands and sing kumbaya, and that Somalian with the 68 IQ is just as amazing as the white male whose grandfather and great grandparents have been here since the Civil War, the first one at least, and who is actually trying to be a net benefit to society. Okay, like that's a new concept. That's a completely new concept. And if you dare say it, you're considered racist. But ethno-nationalism is actually real nationalism that has been the basis for the entirety of human history. So don't be using this whole, oh, accept all immigrants, everyone's equal, Latino and Somalian brothers and sisters. Doesn't fucking work. They have their own countries, they can be sent back. Americans only have America. Fuck you.
Why are you not going down to Whipple and joining us in protest against this inhumanity? You claim to be a Christian, act like one.
Yeah. Doesn't know what he's fucking talking. Well, actually, he does know what he's talking about. Here's the thing, right? Like, a lot of people want to give these leftists a pass by saying, oh, they don't know what they're talking about, they're useful idiots, they're paid protesters, that kind of deal. This guy might actually be a paid protester. Apparently, he is going around the United States for a lot of leftist things, so it's very likely that he is. But these are paid protesters because they're true believers and they're trying to advance the cause. They are part of Antifa. Antifa is actually a real organization that's been part of America for over 100 years now, who are purposely trying to destabilize America to bring in their communist utopia and to kill Whitey in the more modern day sense. So these people are actively malicious. They will throw shit at the wall and see what sticks, but they're actively malicious and they know what they're doing. And they have completely disrupted this church service, and now they're walking away, and he's still recording and yelling, and he's gonna move on to the next place. And if Don Lemon wasn't around, or things get a little bit more uppity, then, well, violence will be happening on the streets. Okay. Give me a second here, chat. I know you guys have been very generous. Hit not the sub goal. we hit the dono goal over on YouTube, the super chat goal. So thank you everybody. This is literally record fucking time to hit the goal on YouTube. So the P.E.P.E hoodie is coming out. Yes, you are getting real-time news from a random woman on the internet using an anime avatar and wearing a P.E.P.E hoodie. How more fucking absurd can this be? But thank you guys for making it happen. I don't know what to make a new goal because I don't want to get that Amalgamyte out for this. But I'm not very creative. Let's do the new goal as I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You guys are too nice. There we go. That's how I'll celebrate. Beautiful. This is weird. I'm not used to this. Okay. And let me see. I missed some super chats. Thank you, Mr. Cat Attack, for the $2 dose. Thank you. Tell her about the Tyler Oliveira video. Hate Mace. We're gonna get to it. I'm not even joking. I'll be doing a Rumble only stream sometime by the end of the month, and it will have a special guest along the ways, and we'll be reacting and going over the J question. So that will be interesting. I will be deciding the date after stream and reaching out to the special guest to see if he will be available for that. And then hopefully we'll cover the Argentina fires as well, that also the Jays really like to take part in. Thank you, Ryan, for the $4 reduce. Thank you. Pedals up, don't shoot. That camera wouldn't have stopped me. I'm one hand, I'm impressed and I'm proud. On the other hand, the left wants to make themselves a martyr. They're actively looking for another George Floyd. I mean, they have it in Renee Good, but since she's white, she's not exactly what they really wanted. But she's good enough for now, being a lesbian and a mother. Now they actually care. They care about children now. She's a mother. Oh my god. I hate kids. I'll abort every single kid I could possibly have, and I'll take birth control to fuck up my body. But she's a mother, so therefore it's a tragedy. Oh, so fucking annoying. But at the same time, there is a two-tier system in America. It's more noticeable, obviously, in Britain. But in places like Minnesota, there is a two-tier system, and the police would not have taken kindly of you doing anything. So keep that in mind. Thank you, Say James J88, for celebrating your sub levy for 2 months over on Kick. The sad thing is, the majority of these people are doing it are white. Yes, they're self-hating whites, but they've been propagandized And that's the important thing to remember, is that these people that are raiding these churches, this guy who is, you know, filming this video and everything like that, they have been propagandized from a very young age to actively hate themselves, because we have created those at the end of World War II that since a funny mustache man existed, how dare you even consider having a country for yourself? How dare you actually have borders? How dare that, you know, men are politicians and women stay at home and actually take care of kids? There's an active war against the Western world, and it requires traitors to usurp the system, and women are the easiest ones. Women are literally children, like mentally. There's a reason why they always get grouped together, and there's that George Orwell quote about, you know, they go after the women and children first. So, for a good reason. And then you have the males that just join in, either because they want pussy, or they're paid, or they're just fucking weak cucks. The nuns don't count. The nuns are fucking 85 IQ or lower, so you can't exactly expect much from them. Ryan, thank you for another $2 reduce. None of them would have left without meeting God. I'm not gonna comment on that. I thank you, Ryan, for another $2 reduce. He would be breathing through a new hole. I'm surprised YouTube actually allows you to say that. Usually they're pretty good about that stuff, but I, you know, just disavow, you know, that kind of deal. And then thank you, Sutra Solus, for the $25 reduce over on Ko-Fi. Thank you. Greatly appreciated. As much as I love YouTube bros and hitting the goal over there, YouTube is gay and they take 30%. And also, well, I any day I'll be demonetized more than likely. So, you know. But thank you for the 25 shekels. I appreciate it. Just want to send you congrats on the size goals appearance cut earlier today, and I thought you did a good job, and you weren't even that racist. I was hiding my power level. Actually, though, I was actually trying to hide my power level because one, I didn't really have to apply it. There wasn't any topics that I could have actually exposed my power level that much, for it. Yeah, listen, not my channel. So I'm not going to, you know, quote Terry Davis, since it's not my channel, okay? I'll do it here from time to time, and the VODs will just be on Rumble, but not on somebody else's channel. But thank you for thinking that I did a good job. I was trying my best, and I was really, really nervous. I watched the VOD, and it was funny watching you cringe when saying nods. Yeah, I was trying really, really hard to be like, what can I call black people? Because I can't actually, I was like, can I actually say black? But is nons worse? Can I say Enwa? So I just said nons, and I was like, hopefully this is still obscure enough internet language that it won't be too much of a problem. Thank you, Clarky, for the $10 dues, also on Ko-Fi. The man with the piss-stained beard screaming at people about Somalians in concentration camps have convinced me how wrong I am about everything. Find someone that smells like an ice agent to beat with a rock. Clearly, Kalergi, you have been re-educated, so you know what the best thing to do. Thank you, Zyloxon, for the $2 videos. Thank you. Me, Prez 1, WK, I solve everything. Are you making fun of Trump? I know you're probably trying to be, like, a little bit on the safe side, Zyloxon, because I know how you are. But I'm assuming you're talking about Trump here. Thank you, Marmillion, for $10 dues over on Rumble. I'll shout out to the Rumble bros. Rumble's also a great place. You're good to quote Terry Davis. Lunduke already broke that cherry for them. Anwar is a better compromise. Okay. I heard that, and so I checked it out because I was curious. and I saw the timestamps and everything like that, and I I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. No offense to Lunduke. I don't know who he is. Never heard of him before until that. But it's somebody else's channel. I'm not gonna say the N-word on somebody else's channel. Even if the VOD is still up, even if everything is fine, I'm not going to risk saying the hard, crisp art on somebody else's channel, except for Arches. I will use that as a weapon and a threat. And if he pisses me off enough one day, I will actively use it. But that's a different story. I don't care about the Swede. There. So that's a different, right? And you know, I'm glad that it worked out well the first time, but I'm not gonna be the cause for somebody becoming demonetized and hurting their channel there. So, Inwash should probably be okay. But thank you again for the $10 videos. I think we're caught up here. Kick Bros, were you? Okay, I wanna make sure I get everybody. It looks like Kick Bros are all caught up as well. So, okay. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Oh. I was like, wait, what am I pulling up here? And it was like, okay, it's the Mexican. Got it. I always misclick everything. One of these days I'm gonna show my porn stash, but not today. Not today. Here's another video of the church stuff happening. There's a bunch of different angles, different things. Holy fuck, that's loud. This looks like it's a different protester that's recording this. It's so pixelated, but even with the pixels, you can clearly tell the priest is not having a good time. Actually, he's not the priest. He's sorry. At least I don't like. Where is the priest? Actually, I just realized. It's okay. Maybe I'm too used to being Catholic. This might be a different denomination, but like, he's up the podium. I know in Catholicism some of the lectors can come up and read off passages of the Bible and different things like that. But where is actually the priest? Or unless this is the priest. What denomination of this if this is the priest? That's weird. He's a pastor of some sort. Protestants don't always have the same dress codes. Oh my god, you guys are weird, man. Protestant or maybe just a casual neighborhood? Oh, okay. That's a pastor? I'm judging. I'm judging, but I respect, but I'm judging.
This is the house of God, and we are
God, imagine how loud it is to be behind a black woman. Or, sorry, in front of a black woman like that, man. Screeching like a goddamn monkey. But here's the Don Lemon situation. So this is what actually happened there at the church with these leftist agitators. But Don Lemon, this whatever fucking leftist program, once again, I think I could be wrong here. But it was live streaming what was happening and admits that he actually knew what was going to happen beforehand. And he's trying to hide behind the veil of being a journalist, but his language says otherwise.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we were like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but
MAGA coded with an American flag. Because even they know that actually supporting America and loving America is right-leaning. And MAGA is like baby's first steps into the right. Like, we're talking like civic nationalist fucking bullshit, okay? Baby's first steps into the right, but still within the big fucking tent that has been created for it. And they're just, once again, just fully admitting that being supportive and being patriotic for your own country, that's just, you're on the right then.
these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on. I can't tell you exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's Takima Armstrong, and she has been doing this since George Floyd, Dante Wright, and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations.
After we do this operation, he is describing what they're planning, and he includes the nice "we" as part of it, implying that he's actively taking part of the same thing. He's trying to hide behind the shield of being an underground journalist who's reporting on what has happened. But he's actively taking part of essentially this ride into the church, and is part of the operation itself.
Again, can't tell you where they're going.
And here's a little bit more clips about him trying to defend himself versus what I actually said now.
The MAGA administration and the fake news MAGAs are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So let me just make it clear, because it's a assistant attorney general, I don't know, gosh, what's her name? Something Hammett, Gillen, or whatever. So I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization. That's it. It's called journalism.
And the thing is, if he wasn't a lying fucking scumbag, a journalist, right? A dirty spear merchant, this would actually be a decent argument. But the thing is, he recorded himself taking part of this. And his words go against, his future self.
First Amendment, all that stuff, for all of you people who believe in the First Amendment, absolutist, there you go. So why don't you talk to the actual person who is in charge of the organization and whose idea it was to have the protest at the church before you start blaming me for stuff for which you have no idea. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Left can't meme, stealing our right-leaning meme.
And we all have the address, right?
Yes.
Everybody has the address?
So they're getting the operation together. Again, this is an operation that is secret, that they invited folks out. Can't tell you what is going to happen, but you're going to watch it live unfold here on the Don Lemon Show. That is.
So he knew full well what was going to happen in this case. I would think it's, pretty important that if somebody's going to actually break the law, break into a church, scream at them, blast music, make children cry, when they're actually breaking the law of what they're doing here. And of course, Trump's not going to arrest them at all. You think he would do the right thing and actually, report it to the police if you have this, beforehand knowledge? Like, how did you actually find these people? I know he said he just stumbled into them because he found a crowd and he just wanted to check it out. But come on. What are the actual chances to find a group like this. It seems a little bit low.
Is what I could say. I turned our camera off of them because they're giving some critical information here.
Yeah, critical information here, and he wants to keep it as a surprise. No, I think you need to turn it over to the police.
But there we go. Everybody's ready to go.
Not that the police would do anything, to be fair, but still.
Let's go. Okay.
Let's go. Let's go.
Thank you guys thanks you for allowing me to be here. Thank you guys.
Okay.
How are you?
Good.
Good to see you. We're on. We're not saying what it is, what's going on, but thank you. Tell us why you're doing this.
So
This is Nakima Levy Armstrong. She's on the show on
Nakima
Friday.
Armstrong,
She's on the show on Friday. He's so proud. Like, he's got a connection with her. He's got a connection with her. He's so proud that he's being there. He's like taking part of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She'll be on the show on Friday. Like, the ties are there.
civil rights attorney, longtime activist here in the community. And, you know, we protest and do activism in all kinds of ways. This is Operation Pull Up, more of a clandestine operation. We show up somewhere that is a key location. They don't expect us to come there. And then we disrupt business as usual.
Okay, so we're
Disrupt business as usual.
going to go to the operation again. We're not going to give any of the information away. Yeah, but seatbelt. Don't give anything away. So we're doing this clandestine secret operation, and you know.
We are doing this clandestine secret operation, once again using the word we, as he's actively taking part of, once again, going into the church and not so peacefully protesting it. We are doing the secret operation. Not turning over to policemen like, hey, by the way, these crazy fucking lunatics are going to be going and storming into this church, breaking the law, making children cry, and harassing all these people. And it could get possibly violent. No, we are part of the secret operation.
They have found out some information that they want to be careful. It's very slippery. Very slippery, yeah. Very slippery. They found this operation. They found out some inside information, right?
Yeah.
And so they're going to. You know where you're going?
Yep, I know
Okay, good.
where I'm going.
But again, this is just the beginning of this clandestine operation that they're doing
Keeps
here
on fucking
because of
using
some
that word.
Inside information that they got. So this is going to be very interesting. Well, this is look. This is just very rough, off the cuff. IRL. This is a true IRL because it's not produced. We don't know what's happening. We kind of do, but we don't know how it's going to play out.
I was just about to say, you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen. And we don't know how it's going to play out. You're taking a huge fucking risk. You're taking a huge fucking risk right now by taking part of this and recording this. And not actually turning this over to police. Once again, now the police is going to do anything, but that's the correct technically thing to do. This case. You know how violent the left is, and he's happy about how violent the left is. Because it is a tool at his disposal to destabilize and push his agenda there. He knows what's going to happen.
So we'll get to see some of the what happens after this sort of surprise.
You know, it'd be
whatever it
good
is.
if you had your meta glasses on.
I do have them.
inside the
Meta
building.
glasses.
I may do that, but I don't know. Can you switch over to my Meta? No. We are here. Now, do you think if you just have it, I think maybe if you just have it on the church, but if they see me.
Okay, I just want to point out how fucking stupid he is. Okay, not saying I'm the brightest bulb of the bunch, right? I'm aware that I'm not the best myself, but he keeps on talking about how this is like a secret operation. He doesn't want to give any details, and he had them turn the camera away earlier so they wouldn't pick up any of the details as they're recording this. And the guy's telling him like, don't give anything away, blah 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 blah. And he's like, yeah, we're going to a church. We're not even there yet, and he's already admits that they're going to a church. Like, do you know how bad that looks to most normal people? I get that society has secularized heavily over the past 20 plus years, but a lot of normies are still against people going into a church and disrupting service, even if they are atheists themselves. So, he doesn't even, like... It's just I don't know. The average IQ is 85. Okay, plus he's gay. The AIDS probably got to his brain.
They're gonna know. No?
I don't. It just depends.
No what?
Don't name the location.
I'm not naming the location, but I mean.
See, even they're calling him. Even they're calling it out. Like you shouldn't be naming the location. He's like, well, I'm not naming the location. It's not Saint whatever the fuck church. But you're saying it's a church. So you know how bad he doesn't comprehend at all. And thank you, Mayfrick Marty, for the $5 reviews. Thank you. I'll bring it up now. They keep calling it clandestine, which is defined as kept secret or done secretly, especially because it's illicit or illegal. Yeah, he keeps on repeating that word over and over again. I'm assuming he means it in the sense of the secret part, which is also still retarded because then he's just doubling up on the same meaning, right? Clandestine secret operation. Okay, you're using two different words that mean the same thing for secret. Is probably what's going on in his mind. At least that's going to be my copium theory there. Because I don't think he's actually that smart. But obviously the latter half of the definition is really important because of the whole, especially because it's illicit or illegal. So I do think he's just too stupid to realize what he's admitting, by using that word as either like. He's just way too excited about, recording this super cool organization. He thinks he's some sort of badass uncovering the truth, taking part of this freedom fighting protest and, fuck the church. Being a gay black man, I'm sure he's probably not a huge fan of it, so.
I mean,
I'm just wondering if you see
point,
me.
I mean,
the folks inside see me.
Are the congregants really on live instead of in service right now?
No, but they'll be like, "Why is Don Lemon here?"
Oh yeah, Sunday morning.
Sunday morning church.
Yeah. Okay. We'll
and
see.
then he wants to inflate his ego, being like, "Well, they're gonna be so excited to see Don Lemon." I don't know what denomination that they are. Okay, obviously it's not Catholic. It took me way too many passes to realize that. I'll be honest in that case, but it's not Catholic, right? But I don't think people who go to church. Now, granted, there are plenty of left leaning, Christians out there, but I don't think they're gonna be super huge fan of a gay black man.
Like he's. Well, what else? It's Sunday, and we already said the church.
No, we didn't.
Yes, you said it.
No, I didn't.
No,
I did not.
We were saying that church is going on during Sunday.
Okay, that's what we said.
Bro. I'm just trying to figure out what's the best thing because we just found out about this morning. I'm just trying to figure out if it's best for me to go inside so I can tell what happened. And then that's what I'm going to do. And can you just keep
what
it
if you
trained on there?
You should take.
I'm going to take this off.
We can swap hats too.
I have it. I
Brandon,
got it.
okay.
Yeah.
And then you can put your hood on too if you want. Like the church.
I don't know what this is just a weird fucking awkward conversation. But the gayness is making me fucking sick. But he does eventually decide to go into the church and he starts interviewing people.
Think of this. I mean, this is unacceptable. It's shameful. It's shameful to
audio is not lining up with the video. My apologies, chat.
To interrupt a public gathering of Christians in worship. So,
but there were folks who will say,
I have to take care of my flock.
Okay, but listen, we live in there's a Constitution and the First Amendment to freedom of speech and freedom to assemble and protest.
Yeah. We're here to worship.
Yeah, there is. Which the left abuses all the fucking time. And then criticizes the right when they try to do the same thing via January 6th. And even I wouldn't even consider that the right abusing the right to assemble and freedom of speech when it comes to January 6th. But the left abuses the whole they hate freedom of speech with such a burning fucking passion. They want censorship laws. They want Jack Dorsey to own Twitter again and crack down on it. That's why they made Blue Sky and then they're eating their own there. They love censorship and they love abusing mass reporting and cancellation, all that fun stuff. But as soon as it comes to them rioting, because it's always fiery but mostly peaceful protests that they also love to do, then it's freedom of speech. Then there's the Second Amendment where they can get their guns out. All these different things. They will use your principles against you. They will use your principles as a shield and a sword. At the same fucking time, but they have none of their own. Their only principle is power, and the right needs to wake up and realize this. It's so fucking frustrating. We tried having a gentleman's agreement where we shake hands and say that we're going to play fair, that we're not going to get violent, that we're going to follow the law, that we're going to actually have principles, and treat others how you want to be treated, that kind of deal. But the left have broken that decades ago at this point. They don't care. They will use those principles to protect themselves and be like, well, you can't criticize me. It's freedom of speech. Meanwhile, will actively try to ruin your life for being a Trump supporter. I mean, that's why they shot Charlie Kirk, for fuck's sakes. Because he was just speaking his mind. He was freedom of speech. He was just going on college campuses and trying to talk to people. And then they fucking shot him. So, but in this case, though, well, you played your card a little bit too far. Because another thing that we have here in America, is freedom of religion and being persecuted for, your religious belief there, which, once again, the left is left to abuse and protect Muslims, which Muslims don't belong here in America. They can go back to Africa and the Middle East. But there we go. It applies to Christians as well. Even though the rule of law is rarely ever actually used in their favor, because once again, Christianity is just another word for adjacent, another word basically mean white. But still happens, and this is trespassing. This is private property. There are rules and regulations to stop you from doing this, from going into a place of worship like it. Not exactly freedom of speech.
Jesus, because that's the hope of these cities. That's the hope of the world, is Jesus Christ.
I want to be very respectful. Please don't push me, though.
We're here to worship Jesus.
Yes.
That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's why we're here. Okay. That's what we're about.
Don't you think Jesus would be understanding
we're about
and love these folks?
We're about spreading the love of Jesus.
But did you try to talk to them as a Christian?
No one is willing to talk.
Okay,
I have to take care of my.
Yeah, no one is willing to talk. I'm glad he's mentioning that. He's kind of repeating stuff a little bit, which is understandable. There's cameras in his face. His church just got raided by these violent leftists, and they're chanting, blasting music, and ruining everything. But yeah, they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk. They shot the guy that wanted to talk, and thinks he's some crazy far-right Nazi. Okay, they don't want to talk. They have been wanting to talk for ages now. Debate is out the window. Debate's only good for the viewer, the listener. There's no point debating them, though, because they want you dead. They actively want you dead. And once again, if Don Lemon wasn't there, chances are they would have gotten a lot more bloody.
Church and my family, so I asked that you actually would also leave this building.
You don't want us to chronicle what happened?
Unless you're here to worship.
I'm always worship. I'm a Christian.
We're here to worship.
Yeah.
We're here to worship. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What do you
He's
think?
basically just saying, leave me alone. But he doesn't leave people alone.
These people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. This is a house of peace, and we try to proclaim that. And this stirs division and rancor. And in the end, it's not helpful. Ultimately, I believe they've lost. They've emptied a house of worship. Everybody's gone home. Their point has been proven worthless. And so, in the end, I think they lose.
Yeah. So, my issue with Christianity, and I mean Christianity as a whole, with all the dominations, except for Orthodoxy. Orthodoxy seems to be the only one that's actually like standing up and still has some solid ground left. That's because it's more Eastern European based. Is that it has been completely psyoped by communism. I'm going to use Catholicism as a example because that's my history myself. But the past couple popes have been just actual real communists. Promoting open borders, gay marriage, just everything that was considered that's not actually what it teaches, because it has been subverted by communism overall. But that's the case for all the denominations. Protestants included the Lutherans, the Baptists, um, the what's the other ones out there? Presbyterians, different things. You see a lot of these denominations that are worse with like the female preachers, with being lesbians and having the rainbow flags and stuff like that, right? Um, and so these people here, whatever denomination that they actually are, and being in Minnesota, and Minnesota is a blue state. Granted, it's been mostly controlled by the Twin Cities, but it's a blue state nonetheless. More than likely, at least half of them voted for Tim Walz or Kamala Harris, or actively, support these anti-ICE protesters, quote unquote, in some way, shape, or form. More than likely, if we're going to be going off of like averages and generalizations here, but going in here to their place of worship, where they're taking an hour of their day to fulfill their faith, and disrupting it, yelling at them, making their kids cry, that's not how you you gain friends at all. If anything, you're gonna make them rethink their decisions. I don't have the video pulled up, but on the side scrollers, we watched these guys who were just eating their lunch, and they got reported onto an anti-ICE signal group chat because some people thought that they were actually secretly ICE agents because they were profiled to be that way. And one of the guys there at the lunch knew about it because he was part of the anti-ICE signal chat himself. But after being confronted and being yelled at and and just completely berated by the same people he supported, he admitted that maybe I'm gonna be rethinking my decisions. And here, they are eating their own. The left loves to eat their own, because they will do anything to gain power. And, well, terrorizing people is a good way to gain power.
But more importantly, if I was to break into any of their houses uninvited, cause derision and upset according to their values, I would be kicked out ultimately. It's not a good way. I feel violated. I feel interrupted. I feel angry.
May I ask you something? When you were saying if you had showed up at their house, they're saying that people are showing up at houses where there are citizens
Yes.
or without due process
Yes.
and breaking and entering the house.
Yes.
One that we saw, I've been watching from New York, with a battering ram into someone's private property, and
Yes.
there's no recourse.
Yes.
There's no, you understand what I'm saying?
This is all part of a much larger dialogue, in my opinion.
Coming behind you.
On one side are people who watch
Black Lives Matter rhetoric right here. Nothing to lose but our chains. I mean, hands up, don't shoot is also Black Lives Matter as well, technically. But it's like they keep repeating the same old chants. Although there was this old meme about like being NPCs, because once again, leftism is all about the non. They hate white people, and they see Christianity as a way to attack white people, and that's why they're going here. Okay, Renee Good was a white lesbian, and a lot of black people on Twitter were complaining that you can't say her name because it's only for blacks because she's white. And in that case, the Somalians aren't even that they're black, but they're not actually black Americans in this case. And there are a decent amount of black Americans that actually don't like the Somalians. Granted, they have their own problems, and don't get me wrong, I'm an equal opportunist racist here. But the Somalians are different than black Americans, I can recognize that. But they will take any cause and anything possible to advance their means. And so, nothing to lose but our chain. Because they will keep on pushing nons forward to attack Whitey. to attack America, to attack Christianity, and to attack basic bitch conservatism.
Previous administration bring 12 million people in over the course of 4 years, and many of them undocumented, many of them criminals, etc. This is another administration's corrective. Now, whether you agree with the policies or procedures, I think I could actually be sympathetic to some of the things where there have been challenges to fashion and decency. At the same time, these are what are called targeted interventions by ICE to keep the American people safe.
If I respectfully may interject here, I've been out reporting on a lot of these, and they're not targeted. There are no warrants signed by a judge, let me finish. And they're American citizens, many of them. Most of the people that they detain don't have criminal convictions or criminal.
Okay, I fucking hate this rhetoric from the left, and once again, it's just leftist rhetoric about them being American citizens. ICE is actually doing a really good job going after illegals. And these illegals are like the worst of the worst illegals. They're part of cartels, they're rapists, child molesters, murderers, all this different stuff. They keep on using this whole American citizens thing because while they believe that Americans are on stolen land and they have to give it back to the natives, the savages, that anybody could come in and be an American citizen. It's just that's not actually true. And that's who ICE is actually going after. They're here illegally, and they're the worst of the worst. And by the way, coming in illegally is already a crime. That's a federal crime. That's actually a really big and serious crime to come in illegally, but it's become so normalized that people don't think it's actually that big of a deal, not realizing how much damage illegals do to the system. But they're still only going after the worst of these people. And any Somalians, well, unfortunately, Somalians came here legally through a bunch of charity programs. And however, the great thing about Somalians is they're a good argument against legal immigration, because it shows legal immigration is just as bad, if not arguably worse than illegals. In fact, I actually do believe legal immigration is worse than illegal. As illegal, it's a pretty open and shut case. They came here illegally, they broke the law, they didn't wait their turn, get the fuck out of here. It's that simple. Legals, on the other hand, have that magic piece of paper that says they actually are an American citizen. And then they can get away with all this fucking welfare fraud, whether it be daycare, Medicare, voter, whatever the fuck it is. Case. And so they should just, but they're still committing crimes. They still have their own country. They can still get sent back. Get the fuck out of here as well. But it's just, once again, more leftist rhetoric here by trying to be like, oh, well, they're an American citizen. Even though we hate the fact that America's on stolen land, they're American citizens. Even though they have their own country. Americans only have one country. It's America. Somalians have Somalia. They don't have to be here. They have no right to be here. The better life argument doesn't matter. Everyone's life sucks on some sort of level. And there's always going to be poor. There's always going to be starving. There's always going to be issues no matter what. They don't have a right to be here. Get out.
I'm not going to get into the weeds.
But you should know that, though. Don't you think that's part of it?
Yes, and I could also show you many opposing sides where we're also picking up the very criminals that have put Americans in danger. And I'm not saying it's pretty. I'm not saying it's not messy. I'm not saying it couldn't be better. I'm saying this is a part of a much larger dialogue in which one administration caused a great deal of chaos and havoc and danger for American citizens, and another is trying to correct that.
Do you believe that? Why honestly,
okay.
Let me talk to you just on the facts.
A journalist.
Yes, I am. I want to give you the facts.
No.
Did you know that undocumented people and immigrants commit far less crime than American citizens?
Black gay man, opinion dismissed. Base. I like this old dude.
Citizens?
We're done here. We're done here.
Then natural-born Americans. You won't listen.
If you could ask,
I'm giving you the facts. It is.
Give me facts. I would have a conversation.
But I can respond to you.
No.
Did Jesus stand with the oppressed?
Because he doesn't want to listen to facts.
He doesn't want to listen to facts, he says, even though the old guy is actually saying the reality here. Like, that he's the old guy is correct. But this is just another example of many where the left and the right are completely different realities. We cannot talk to them. Okay? Anyone who still believes you can talk to the left is delusional. You are still in a fantasy land. still think we're in paradise. You still think everything's fine and dandy, and these people are just misunderstood. It's not 2016 anymore, okay? It's not Anita Sarkeesian with the whole feminist fucking debate, okay? These are active, malicious people who genuinely believe that being white is a sin and you should die for it. And they actively believe that nuns are oppressed, even though there's a whole DEI system to help them get more jobs and more welfare. Meanwhile, the average white straight male can't even get a fucking job after spending 4 to 8 years in college debt for whatever, an actual STEM degree. Like, case. They don't care. They're in a completely different reality. You cannot talk to them. Their facts are different than our facts because it's a different reality. The Renee Good was another good example of this case where you watch the same exact video where it's very clear that she was purposely attacking him with her car to hit him with their car, which, by the way, you can kill people with your car. In this case, and the left still walked away saying that, oh, he should have moved out of the way. Oh, she was panicked. She was scared. Oh, the poor mother. Whatever the case is. Even though it's the same fucking video, and more videos have come out proving that the right is correct, and they still don't believe it. You cannot talk to them. They have an agenda. They have their propaganda. They have their purpose. It's over. The debate is over. I hate it. I hate it. I don't like it, actually. Like, as radical as I am, I don't actually like this, okay? I would love to be the classical liberal, the enlightened centrist that I was 10 years ago. I would love to be that case where we can actually all hold hands and kumbaya and everyone's all equal and we can talk and have debates and discussions. That's over. That's not happening, and that's not coming back. And the sooner we accept this fact and move on and the right understands how to use power, the better a chance we are of surviving. Because right now, you have the left in the streets for 2 weeks straight now, just rioting and stabbing and causing endless amount of problems for the people of Minnesota. And yet people, there's still people out there that haven't come to this realization.
So that's the interesting thing about this is that they won't listen to facts.
No.
You won't because
when you pose as a journalist,
I am a journalist. Journalist gives facts.
And then you start correcting me with facts, and don't have.
You shouldn't hear the facts.
Of course, I should hear the facts.
Most of the people who are picked up
but will
are
you
not.
Give me the facts on both sides.
That is the facts on both sides.
It's not.
Most of the people who are picked up and are detained are not convicted. They have no criminal convictions. They have no criminal records. None.
They're illegal.
That immigrants commit far less crime than native-born Americans. So they won't listen to the...
Oh my god. I love this one too. Immigrants commit far less crime than actual Native Americans. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, maybe the fact they came in illegally should be a crime. Can we register that as a crime now? Like, here? And then there's all these sanctuary states and cities that actually don't register their crimes to purposely hide the fact that all these foreigners aren't doing what they're doing, essentially, because they know how bad it makes the statistics look on that case. So, and then on top of that, if we really want to play statistics of who commits crimes, then we need to bring up the 13%. Because I believe that statistics are racist, and I will more than happily be racist here. And if you take out the nuns from the equation, all of a sudden we could actually have a peaceful, happy society. And a lot of the nuns don't belong here.
Facts. Anyways, these folks are still out here.
Blacks don't understand per capita, yes. Supposedly the IQ to understand per capita is around 90 to 95, and the average black IQ is 85. So, yeah, they're not off to a great start there. So, after watching all these different videos here of Don Lemon, I think him being charged with the KKK Act or the FACE Act or whatever the case that whatever they're trying to throw at him is decently reasonable. To say the least, he's actively participating in this and not actually technically attacking them, but he is obviously biased and obviously on their side. All his language pointing towards we taking part of this clandestine operation. There, he knows what he's doing, and there's more consequences of his actions and taking part of this too. Um, but first off, let me catch up with some super chats. Here. Thank you, Westy West 59 for the $2 dose. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm not a rapist. Mall never filed a report. True and real. Most rape allegations are false. And actually and most actual real rape only happens within a certain demographic too. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2 dues. They feel, therefore they are. Yes, they are very emotional. It's the fucking heat map meme. Let me see. I know I missed more earlier too. Thank you, Mr. Cat Attack, for the $5 dues. I am Protestant. Our pastors always wore a cassock or surplice. You're right, it's kind of odd to see them in a sports coat, but meh. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what denomination he is. When I was in Catholic school, I took a class learning about the different denominations myself, but that was 1 years ago. Two, I don't know, man. There's so many. um Thank you, Ryan, for another $2 reduce. Don't let surrender stop you. Mercy is for the weak. Yes. Yes. Mercy is only for people who can't be redeemed. And friendly parties who make mistakes. The left is not a friendly party. They are actively malicious. What you did. Caught up on the YouTube supers now. Oh, thank you, Ryan, for another $2 reduce. Dawn must be French with all those wheeze. Well, black people can't be French. Which I learned, not learned, but I made a very strong point when I was playing Pokemon P.E.P.E. there. See, Rumble Bros were caught up there too. I know I've been kind of ignoring chat just in general. I do try to read more than just super chat as part of chats, but we got a lot to discuss. And a lot of videos to watch, so my apologies for ignoring just the regular ass, not the regular ass, that sounds dismissive, the regular chatters too. But okay, we'll watch this video in a second. I have to pee, so I'll be back in 2 minutes. For the new people here, I am literally a quick pisser. You can time it. Do you need to know this information? Not really, but if you don't believe me, well, you'll see. Adio, I'm back. There we go. Told you new peeps. 2 minutes. Okay, let's get this one started, because this is the crazy fucking leftist here. Who Lemon, thanks for his service. Yay. Lovely.
People who are wearing the uniform now, you think they're patriots?
I don't think so, especially those ICE agents.
That's
No,
what I'm
hell
talking
no.
about. Yeah. Well,
No, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
Thank you guys. Thank you for your
They're terrorists and they're traitors. Once again, they hate you. They want you dead.
service. I appreciate.
Today we had the honor to protest with Nikema Armstrong and the Racial Justice Network. Just like Jesus did, we went into that church and we flipped tables.
He went to a synagogue, and it was against the Jews because they were being, well, tiny little hats that they are. Versus these people were actually worshiping and just doing their service. Notice he also mentioned the racial advocacy group, I think that's what it was called, or something along those lines too. Once again, showing that they care more about race, and they're attacking this church because they're white, and Christianity is just adjacent for white.
Peacefully. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand?
I believe it's just a recap of the same video we watched here. But this guy is very, very proud of what he had done. He is not care. He doesn't care. He's not apologetic for what he's done. He's proud of it, actively proud of it. And Pam Bondi has come out and talked about actually handling the situation, but it's Pam Bondi, so nothing's gonna actually happen because she's a fucking woman, and she cares more about anti-Semitism than anti-Christianity. But he just says, "Come and get me, Pam Bondi." He doesn't give a fuck. He does not give a flying fuck.
Yesterday, I went into a church with Nikema Armstrong and I protested these white supremacists. A pastor of the church is a fucking ICE leader in the city.
See? Once again, if you didn't believe me and think that I'm a crazy fucking far-right Nazi racist here for saying that the church represents white people, he's just straight up admitting it. Like, this is an uncomfortable conversation for people to this day because while race being called racist and sexist and transphobic doesn't work anymore for the normies, like they don't care if you're called racist because they know that's just the left just making shit up, right? Just attack you. The left cares about it because that's a way to paint a target on your back to kill you. But the normies don't care if you get called racist, and that's kind of the important part because that's the part where it actually makes you lose your job. However, being actually racist, like, believing in statistics, being actually sexist, wanting to repeal the 19th, once again, looking at statistics, is still bad for most normies. And so a lot of people don't like it when me or anybody else tries to make it a race issue. It is a race issue. It 100% is a race issue. It's an us versus them thing. Did I want it to be this way? No. I do not want it to be this way. I wish we could hold hands and everybody can be equal. But the fact of the matter is, they hate white people. They want them to die. We are actively being replaced. There is an actual white genocide happening across the entirety of the Western world. And this is just one of their many tools at their disposal. Him saying that these people are white supremacists, even though we literally see an Asian fucking chick right there, is just another way to paint a target on these people's back, all because they go to church. So,
is it the Jews?
And that's it. That's it.
The Jews?
He says this guy's an
I'm
ICE
assuming it's
leader.
always
I
the
don't know how
Jews.
true that is. If he is, great. Good on him. I'm proud, but doesn't mean his whole entire denomination agrees with him. Like, he's just a pastor. Like, he's only supposed to be there to preach the word of God. He's not supposed to actually do his political opinions, technically, though I know that seeps out during the eulogies and everything like that. But still, so doesn't mean you attack the people there.
How can you be a fucking pastor and be a fucking ICE agent? Fuck them. They want to come after me? Fuck them. How can they live so comfortably? While the fucking people from Somalia that are in this country legally, they have fucking citizenship, can't even go to their mosque and pray. How do they deserve any fucking...
I'm pretty sure they can still go to their mosque and pray. The problem is, they're committing mass amount of fraud, it is 100% of them. Okay, or fine, before someone yells at me. 99.9% of them are committing fraud because it's an active community effort. Just like the Pakistani rape gangs in Britain, the women are also culpable and involved with this. They might not be the one being actively participating in it, but they are hiding the men who are taking part of this, and they are benefiting from this as well. And so that's why I'm sure they could probably still go to their mosque, but if they're not, well, they're trying to hide from ICE because they are breaking the law. They're committing daycare fraud. They're committing Medicaid fraud, voter fraud, and just a whole different levels there. They also do rape as well. There are Somali rape gangs in Minnesota because they're Muslims. And what a lot of people don't realize about Muslims that they're incompatible with the West. They see whites and Christians as infidels and therefore not humans. Not human at all. They are free range, and they purposely attack white girls to demoralize and destroy society because they see it as a holy war. And that's how the Pakistani rape gangs work, and that's how the Somalians work as well. Obviously there's a little bit more nicer Muslim countries out there that are modernizing a bit, but generally they're still pretty far behind on the times when it comes to liberalism. Which, to be fair, I don't like liberalism either, but I'm not a fan of rape, not brown rape at least. So Somalians through and through are just awful, terrible people. They don't belong here. He literally says they're from Somalia. They have their own country. If they can just make their own country better. Like, they don't deserve to be here. They literally have their own country. Where are Americans supposed to go? Because the thing is, Americans aren't compatible with Europe. We always have these brother wars all the time online. Talk about like, oh, Europe's so cooked. Oh my God, it's Joe over. All this fun stuff, right? You see people make fun of the French, or the Germans for being too generous and stuff like that. Americans aren't, or they're white, but they're not compatible with Europe, and Europe's not compatible with America. I mean, they're better than Somalians on a massive scale. I'm not going to deny that. But Americans have their own culture. We are our own people. If Ukraine can be its own independent country, even though they split off 60 years ago from Russia, well, America, which is 250 years old, why can't we be our own country as well? Why can't we have our own borders? Why can't we have our own people? Why do we deserve to have mass hordes of nuns coming into our country to destroy us? We don't. If Israel can have an ethno state, we can. If China can have their own country, we can. If Venezuelans can have Venezuela, we can have America. Like, it's not that hard. Why do we have to have this double standard here?
Different. Fuck those fucking Nazis. Come and get me, Pam Bondi, you fucking traitorous bitch. All power to the people. Yesterday, I went into a church with Nakima Armstrong and I protested these white supremacists. A pastor of the church is a fucking ICE leader in the city. How can you be a fucking pastor?
I repeated. My apology. Took me way too long to realize that. Let me get a sip. Because at least want their cheap labor at all costs. Well, that's one of the things. That's one of the many issues. But they also just hate white people as well. The Great Replacement isn't a conspiracy theory. It's reality. They even have a UN document from the early 2000s talking about it. And you can just simply look at the statistics across the Western world, which the West, only white people come from the West, right? The West only comes, white people only come from the Western, which is Europe, America, Canada, and Australia, and then New Zealand, right? They basically from European descendants. And if you look at the population statistics over the past 60-some years, roughly, give or take, at least in America, especially since the Hart-Celler Act, and it's been a very sharp decline since it has passed. And that's done on purpose. We are being replaced, genocided, and, well, nothing needs to be done about it. And now Don Lemon is being like, well, I did nothing wrong once again. And they're just white supremacists repeating the same thing this radical leftist is, right? Once again, he's trying to be like, oh, well, it's just journalism. It's just journalism, blah, 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 blah. But then he goes on this interview with whoever this bitch is and being like, they're entitled white supremacists. No, he fully supports what they're doing. He's taking part of it. Slap him with the book.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a
A gay black man practices Christianity. I'm pressing X it out.
supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male.
That's actually true, though. Like, that's actually what happened. Yes, they left for religious freedom because they're being persecuted for being the wrong denomination, but it's still Christianity that America was based off of. We had freedom of religion for the different denominations of Christianity. They were never, the founding fathers were never allowed any Muslims in, or any other like Indian Hindu fucking bullshit. Like they were rolling over in their grave right now. I mean, hell, if you look at the founding fathers' text, they were talking about how the Germans aren't actually people. Well, not okay. That's a little bit too far, but they were against Germans coming in. America was made from English descent, majority of it. Obviously, it was a little bit Dutch. The Germans did come a little bit later, a little bit of French. But America was founded from English stock, white people. And the freedom of religion is for the different denominations of Christianity. And then over time, they allowed a lot more Europeans in, but even then they had problems with the Germans and the Irish and the Italians. Because even though they're white, they have different cultures, different languages, and they are different people. That's just how it works. If we had problems with them assimilating, then what makes you think we can get along with Somalians with a 68 IQ who practice female genital mutilation and are obviously committing a shit ton of fucking fraud? Which I know it's not just them. They're not smart enough to figure it out themselves. There's politicians and people up top that are leading them by the nose and making it happen. But still, that's actually what has happened.
Pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said, I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do understand that I'm the biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America. And there's a certain degree of entitlement.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of fucking gay black men in America, actually. Seriously, though, to get a little bit more spicy here, I've been noticing with my time on the internet that a lot of black men are gay. Apparently, Will Smith came out as gay, which is not that surprising. He's a cock, he's a weak man after all. But like, there's just a lot of black men that are just gay. I don't really want this here. But I know a lot of you guys are getting tired of Don Lemon and talking about him now, but don't worry, we are sort of kind of moving on from at least him speaking. People have identified as one of the anti-ICE protesters who stormed the church as Chantel Allen, a school board member for St. Paul Public School. She's this woman in charge of your children's education. Isn't she just a sexy motherfucker? Absolutely gorgeous. Totally would tap that, by the way. But this more leftists within the school system, not surprised there. We need to start putting white males again into the school system if we're gonna have public school. Because the women are fucking everything. But these people are teaching your children. Be careful. Start homeschooling if you haven't already. And now Pam Bondi is on the scene. Oh my god. Now that she's on the scene, I know everything will be A-okay. I love Pam Bondi. Oh my hate her so fucking much. I just spoke to the pastor in Minnesota whose church was targeted. Attacks against law enforcement and intimidation of Christians are being met with the full force of federal law. If state leaders refuse to act responsibly to prevent law, this Department of Justice will remain mobilized to prosecute federal crimes and ensure the rule of law prevails. Oh my god. I'm so happy now. It's not like it's been going on for 2 fucking weeks. It's not like this shit has been going on for 2 fucking weeks. Ever since Nick Shirley released his video on the Somalian fraud, okay? And there's been problems in Minnesota long before Nick Shirley even released that video, technically. Trump's been talking about deporting Ellen Amar for as long as I've been alive at this point, I feel like. And Tim Walz has actively talked about not using the National Guard and using it actually against ICE. Mayor Frey has come out and said that, Fry, I always mispronounce his name, I don't really care but, you know, talked about, once again, not working with federal law enforcement. And in fact, actually, I had this in a tab way over here, but I'll bring it up now. The Minnesota National Guard are on standby, ready to assist local law enforcement and public safety agencies. If our members are activated, they'll be wearing reflective vests, as pictured here, to help distinguish them from other agencies in similar uniforms. Basically stating that please don't attack the Minnesota National Guard. We're working with you, leftists. We're not actively, you know,
it's always the Jews.
We're not going to prevent you from going into churches and rioting. We're going to be working against ICE and other federal law enforcement. This is going on 2 fucking weeks. And yet she sits there, through her thumbs, tweets, and doesn't do anything, like the fucking woman that she is. And I do blame the fact that she's a fucking woman. Women should not be in politics, especially at fucking high levels like this. It's absolutely insane. Trump deserves blame too, since 1, he is president, and 2, he appointed her in this fucking role, and 3, he hasn't got rid of her yet. It's been 1 fucking year of her just being absolutely useless and just saying fucking shit over and over and over again. I fucking hate this woman so much. And nothing's happening. I mean, yeah, okay, it may be being a little bit unfair because there's like 2,000 ICE agents in Minnesota and they are arresting people, which is great. But there are people who, it's been 2 weeks of just crazy fucking Antifa leftists attacking these ICE officers and attacking people just for being white, and now going after this church, and you have done nothing. Ugh. Flurgy, thank you for the $2 dude, Silver Rumble. Thank you, my dude. You're safe between Bonnie's tits. Trust Bonnie. Bonnie's 2032 presidency slogan. I've heard rumors that apparently the reason why she's willing to rock the boat is because she wants to run for president one day. I don't know how true that is, but I fucking hope that's not, because she's fucking useless and she's a woman, and I hate her so much. Also, if we have time, I will be showing how she's more than just simply a woman. The active hater against white people too. It's gonna be like Hillary Clinton 2.0 at this point. Vote for me because I'm a hot woman. Ugh. Okay, then I know I got some Ko-Fi donos because you guys are very generous. Honestly, you guys have been very generous today, just in general across all platforms. Thank you guys so much for this. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Clarky, for the $7 dues over on Ko-Fi. All the jobs plus welfare being given to blacks and browns, it's ours, and we need to start the families we're not having. Mud GDP, well, that's not nice. But the meta ban for the job, no, fuck it. None of it matters if our people are going extinct. Part 2. Even if whites commit more X crime, we know they don't in all cases, but even if they did, it's not relevant. All arguments of but browns, whites do more or less or distraction. We rather all live in a proper shitholes run by our own, all that matters. Looking at these, actually no, $5 dues from Lurgy, my apologies. Not 7. I'm retarded. But yeah, like, people don't want to admit this because it's racist. It's racist. But people naturally float towards being amongst their own because that's been the natural state of humanity until the past 60 years now. And this is why the Somalians, even though they have female genital mutilation and 68 IQ and just absolute fucking horrible people in general, all create their own communities within Minnesota, Ohio, Maine, and everywhere else they're at. Same with the Mexicans, same with the blacks. And whites do the same too, even though they don't want to admit it. Everybody congregates with their own people. It's just the natural state of things, because everybody has their own different cultures. Hell, the Germans did it, and they're white. Italians did it, and they're white. That's just how it is. And that's okay. It is okay to be amongst your own. It is not okay to create a multicultural society, because all that's going to lead to is just endless bloodshed and just constant wars, and which is what we're seeing right now. Thank you, Xeno Demon, for the $2 deal over on Ko-Fi. Thank you. Once again, everybody, thank you for the Ko-Fi donos. Looking at these nons, realize that we need to bring back... Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I know I've been really spicy this stream so far, but I'm not gonna go that far. But since I didn't say it, I don't have to say disavow, so... Here we go. So going over to what they're actually going to be trying to charge Don Lemon with the Ku Klux Klan Act, which I have to admit is quite fucking ironic, saying that he's a gay black man, and they're going to charge him with literally called the Ku Klux Klan Act, which makes it illegal to threaten, hurt, or intimidate people to prevent them from exercising their God-given rights. So let's watch this interview with this brown lady here, or Worthy. She could be like Southern Italian or a Southern Spaniard descent, but probably. But anyways, going over talking with Benny Johnson, which by the way, once again, I fucking hate women because I didn't know who this bitch was until now. But she's also insufferable like Pam Bondi. I fucking hate women. Get them out of politics. Get them out of the high levels of politics, more specifically. All they do is yap, 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 and don't actually do anything that's really effective. They just sit there on the podcast and talk. Yeah, I know. Hypocritical seeing what I'm doing. But I'm a random retarded woman in the middle of nowhere. I never claimed to be smart, and I know that my opinions are just my opinions, and I've never actually tried to run for office or do any of that stuff. These women want the clout and the money, fame, and the power that comes from these jobs, so don't actually have the balls or the capabilities to actually do the actions to fulfill what they need to do. Get women out of fucking politics. I can't stand it.
We will pursue charges in this case. I see various crimes that have occurred. Exactly what they are, I'm not going to flag, but the FACE Act has been mentioned as one of the predicates there. In other cases, the Biden DOJ used the Klan Act conspiracy charges tacked on to the FACE Act in the case of protests outside abortion clinics to bring much longer sentences. So there are a number of tools available to us. Who funded this? What else? What other crimes may have occurred? Was there a use of the wires or the mails in preparing for this event?
I do like how she brought up that the Biden administration used these laws to go after people on the right. Like, yes, this is what I've been yelling at you for the past year now. Like, the left understands power. Once the left gets into power again, which I go back and forth on whether or not they will or not. If they do, it's not going to be fair and free elections. It's going to be something like 2020. In that case. But, like, the Biden DOJ went after anybody that they could. Obviously, January 6th is the most egregious example of this and how unfairly they treated them and the fucking shit show that went down there. Fun fact, there's somebody in the audience that actually was on January 6th, and I find that really, really, really cool. Even though he likes the Fed post a lot. I still love you. No homo, though. So, the Trump administration needs to do the same. They've already admitted multiple times, both high-level politicians and the leftists on the ground, that when they get back in power again, they will be arresting, and murdering anybody on the right and locking Trump away. They already charged him like 72 times of whatever the fuck that was. with those federal things, then people just laughed it off and didn't care. And then like, oh, you voted for a felon. I don't wait, okay, we all know it's false. In that case, like, but they're gonna do the exact same thing again, and this time they will make sure they'll be successful. So the right needs to understand it's a now or never.
Anyone cross state lines to do this. All of those are potential predicates for additional federal charges.
Armin, I've just pulled up the Klan Act because this is the first time that I've heard this mentioned. This is a act that was passed in 1871, correction there, to combat the Ku Klux Klan and protect African Americans' voting rights, especially the Enforcement Act, which is known as the Force Act. So here's some of the information on screen. Would you mind breaking down for us, because we have just read the FACE Act and how this is an affinity to the FACE Act, an obvious and egregious demonstrable violation of the FACE Act because they were entering a place of worship, harassing and threatening. We just played a video of a bearded man, who was threatening to attack the Christians that were worshiping there. So it seems like an obvious FACE Act violation. But the Klan Act here, it is on screen. First time I've heard it mentioned. Can you unpack this for us, Harmeet?
Yeah, the Klan Act is one of the most important federal civil rights statutes, and it goes back to the time when President Lincoln emancipated the slaves, and yet the southern states, Dixiecrats mainly, were refusing to give them equal rights. And in fact, that you had sheriffs and you had law enforcement harassing the newly freed slaves. So the Klan Act is a law that makes it illegal to terrorize citizens, to violate their civil rights, to get together and conspire to violate the civil rights. It is often used against law enforcement, but is now used against others as well. So whenever anyone conspires to violate the protected civil rights of American citizens, the Klan Act can be used to bring a conspiracy charge. We, in the federal law enforcement parlance, call this 241 and 242 civil and criminal conspiracies. And so what the Biden administration did is, if three grandmas got together to pray outside an abortion clinic for the souls of the people inside, and including the unborn children, they would say, oh, that's not just a violation of the Klan Act, that's a conspiracy to violate the civil rights of women going in there to get abortions. And so we're going to add additional charges and punish that more and make it from a misdemeanor under the FACE Act to a felony under the Klan Act. And President Trump pardoned the pro-life protesters in those cases. I have recently defended success.
Which I'm very glad that he did, because it's completely unfair. But once again, I know I've been saying this a lot today between side scrollers and this stream in general, but once again, the left understands power. They will use and abuse the rules, read between the lines, and try to expand things to fit their definitions as much as possible to get what they want done, regardless if it's fair or not. And then if you try to do the same thing or defend yourself, the bare minimum, they will use your principles of fairness and equality against you for this. And you have to remember, this is why there's no debate, no talking, there's no in between, completely different realities. Okay, not to sound like the Beanie Man right now, but we're in a cultural war. We've been in a cultural war for decades now, decades in fact, and the past 10 years alone has definitely ramped up into being a more on the street brawls thing. Why more problems create why more solutions? Well, we're definitely heading down that path.
Successfully in the 11th Circuit, a case called Oropesa, a case of Jane's Revenge, the pro-abortion protesters violently attacking crisis pregnancy centers in Florida. And we had the court uphold the Klan Act criminal enhancement to the FACE Act. So I know this is very deep in the weeds, but the point is, there are a number of things. The FACE Act is just the start. Like I said, you have material support for disruptive activities. You have conspiracy to violate civil rights. You have potentially the use of other instrumentalities to commit crimes. And so some of these folks who did this have self-identified. Don Lemon himself has come out and said he knew exactly what was going to happen inside that facility. He went into the facility and then he began, quote unquote, committing journalism. And as if that's sort of a shield from being an embedded part of a criminal conspiracy. It isn't. And so, we're getting our ducks in a row.
Once again, as chat pointed out earlier when we were watching the videos of Don Lemon, he was using the word clandestine. Just the irony of that situation, 'cause I highly doubt he's not actually smart enough to realize what he was doing when he was saying that, actually. But it's just still fucking funny.
We're putting the facts together, and this is a very serious matter. Come next Sunday, nobody should think in the United States that they're going to be able to get away with this. Everyone in the protest community needs to know that the fullest force of the federal government is going to come down and prevent this from happening and put people away for a long, long time.
I'm sorry, I'm pressing exit out. I had to fucking laugh at that. I had to fucking laugh at that. Like, okay, I will take the L if something does happen and, you know, they are actually arrested and put in jail. But I just don't believe you. Pam Bondi has been saying this over and over and over again, that stuff is going to happen, and then nothing fucking happens, okay? This case, and this lady here is underneath Pam Bondi, another fucking woman who sits there and talks, does interviews. Like, she's parading herself around just like Pam Bondi does on Fox News. Yep, 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 yep. We're doing absolutely nothing. Be proud of us. You can trust us. Yep, 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 yep. I can't fucking stand them. Like, okay, in this case, for this lady going on the Benny Johnson show here and it's talking about the situation, not exactly the worst case, because nobody's heard about the Ku Klux Klan before, act before. Nobody's heard about the Face Act before, generally, unless you're like a lawyer or whatever the case is, right? And so this explains the situation, and so people understand what's happening. Okay, you know what? I might give her a pass here, because she is underneath Pam Bondi. In this case, you know, it helps inform the people. It's supposed to reassure them that stuff is actually happening and gives them a little bit more of the details and how these different things works. And it's supposed to give them warning, like, you know, you can't actually do this shit, right? But then if you just go on another fucking podcast here and just yap, 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 yap. This happened over the weekend, okay? This whole church thing happened yesterday or like the day before. Where the videos come. Here. Okay, apparently it was earlier. It must have been yesterday because it was Sunday, right? So like this happened yesterday, and while you know what, maybe I'm being unreasonable for expecting anything to happen overnight, though it's completely possible for things to happen overnight. By the way, like you can just press the button and do stuff. After all, like you just sit there and ya yap and ya yap and ya yap, okay, and just things. And then, you know, people are attacking her for what she's clearly doing. I don't have the other tweets, but of this case, but I saw one of her being like, "Oh well, there's legalities, there's processes. We have to go through the system." Okay, you know what? I would say fair argument. Minus the fact that once again, it's the right playing by the rules when the left doesn't. The left doesn't play by the rules. They don't care. They throw it out the window. She already brought up about how Biden went after the people praying outside abortion clinic, thinking and under the guise that abortion's a civil fucking right, which is retarded. In this case, like you don't have to play by the rules. We already have problems with activist judges as it is. You can just do things here. Okay, will something happen overnight or after the weekend? Okay, maybe not, but tomorrow, yes. And she just sits there and she yaps.
Face Act.
And it's just two women sitting there. I fucking hate women. I fucking hate women. Oh, the Jenna.
What about something like the Face Act?
So in all these years up until I was the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, nobody ever used that houses of worship part to prosecute protesters or criminals blocking access to a house of worship. So we've started to do that. The Biden administration was extremely active in persecuting people of faith protesting outside abortion clinics. I've represented many pro-life organizations and protesters in court and journalists. And so I've seen how the government and the judges weaponize this. I mean, judges refuse to recuse themselves when their wives are actively involved in abortion clinics. So there's a real problem there.
What about something like the Face Act?
And I would agree. But who the fuck is this void here? Relatable with Allie Beth Stuckey to something empathy you're not enough, and that's okay. Look at the aesthetic. Look, this is such woman coded. It's disgusting in a lot of ways. Like, okay, well, I shouldn't say disgusting, right? Like, women be women after all. Let them have their cute little podcasts with their cute little, motivational posters and all this stuff is. But who the fuck is this bitch? Like, I get that's maybe once again me being hypocritical, seeing that I'm a nobody myself, but that's, as the sign says, and that's okay. I'm okay with this, but I'm not trying to interview this attorney general lady that she's not actually the attorney general, is what Pam Bunny is, but she's like right underneath her, right, on this stuff, talking about it the day after the riots within that church with Don Lemon, constantly saying that we're going to be doing stuff and then nothing's actually happening. Like, I feel like there's a difference there. I know Floyd on Floyd violence, but I don't fucking care. Like, this is insufferable, absolutely insufferable. What are we doing here? What are we fucking doing here? That's an expensive looking set. I mean, she probably has money. A lot of these women, they're come from either nice families themselves or their husbands are bankrolling their little pet projects there. And maybe she does have a decent size because like you know everybody, right? Having 1 million subs on YouTube is impressive, obviously, but it's not like it's 2012 anymore and PewDiePie hit 1 million, right? Like there's different subsections and circles and all this fun stuff. You're not gonna know everybody. But it's still just like, why are you sitting there all pretty in this really nice set with this random woman here when you are the attorney, whatever the fuck she is, assistant, working at the Civil Rights and the Justice Department, serving under Pam Bondi and Trump, and you're saying things, but you're not doing things. So, and he's at it again. But I think we've heard enough of this woman here. I'm gonna move on. This case. In fact, yeah, I'm still gonna move on, even though the tab after this is related to this clip because just tell from watch. But a lot of their the Pam body and this woman speaking. And I just want to point out too. I know I said earlier that she could be like Italian or Spanish or something like that. I completely missed her name. Maybe because I don't understand Star Wars name. Harmeet Dillon? Or Harmeets. Harmeets. I deported back to India already. Nice. Anyway. Their excuse is that the fact that they need to get the facts and everything like that. Meanwhile, there are at least 55 different legal groups in Minnesota alone providing free legal services to the groups conducting these destabilization operations. Whatever federal agents make an arrest in a violent riot, the suspect is usually released a few hours later and provided with a wealth of free resources. Not a single one of these law office and community centers have even been mentioned, let alone investigated, even though all of them openly confess to aiding and abetting everyone from illegal immigrants to terrorists on their own websites. And the thing is, the right doesn't have their own version. There are absolutely zero conservative attorneys providing services to conservatives on this scale, unfortunately. So even though the right rarely ever stands up for itself, even if they did, they don't have these services at hand. Or they don't have a George Soros funding them, or a World Economic Forum, or any of these NGOs, or any of these law centers, right? Elon Musk spends all day tweeting about the white genocide and stuff like that, but he's not setting up any of his own versions to be the right's version of George Soros. I'm very grateful that Elon bought Twitter, and a lot of the reasons why we're having the discussions we're having today is because he bought Twitter, but a lot of it's more just a grift in the case. And so we sit here while the left has all these resources at hand. Just look at this fucking long list. Acola, new, non-profit or offering safe housing for immigrant women healing, quote unquote. The Advocates for Human Rights implements international human rights standards through whatever it was. Alexander House, 24-hour emergency shelter legal advocacy therapy. Anash and what the fuck? Anash and I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, it's foreign. Legal services provides free legal assistance to low-income individuals. Anna Marie's Alliance offers emergency shelter transitional housing advocacy. It sounds all nice on paper for these different things, but low-income individuals just means brown. Okay? Once again, there are words that they and phrases that they use that have a completely different meaning than what they actually are, as dog whistles and ways to get around the system. Low income means just brown, okay? It's those that are on welfare. That's the vast majority of the nuns are on welfare of some way, shape, or form. Not actually for white people. Especially what is named Anish and Abab, whatever the fuck, legal services there. And then we have, like, if you go down, Council of Islamic Relations, Minnesota, civil rights organization advocating for Muslim and Islamic stuff. Why do we have this in America? They have the entirety of the sandbox to go play in, and then Africa, right? Okay, like, go back to your country, where the fuck it is. I don't really care. Go play in your sandbox and kill each other over and over and over again. Don't bring your fucking bullshit over to America. You don't belong here. Why do we have this? Why do we have this? Division of Indian Work serves Native American communities with local services. Don't they have their own reservation? Which was a huge fucking mistake. We should never have given them a reservation. Should have forced them to assimilate by gunpoint. I mean, we did that to the white people during the 60s with the Civil Rights Act. Why couldn't we do that with the Native Americans? Esperanza, which is new, community-based organizations serving communities, which then it cuts off here, but with a name called Esperanza, I don't think it's for white people. Gender Justice works to end gender-based violence and discrimination. Wow. I wonder if that just means feminism. That's what it always means, not actually for males. You know, despite the male suicide rate being so much higher than, or the fact that they can't get a job, can't get an apartment, can't, you know, they're disenfranchised in every single way, shape, or form just by being a white male. But we gotta get that gender justice even in the year of our Lord 2026. Hispanic Outreach in Goodhue County. There's Hispanic and Latino communities in southeastern Minnesota. I don't care. I don't care. Get them out of here. Go back to Mexico or Venezuela or Brazil, wherever you come from. You know, I don't care. Be here. You shouldn't be an outreach community. They're not assimilating. They're just creating their own little ghettos. Get out. And there's just more. I'm not gonna go through all of them because of how many of them are. I'm just kind of picking out the names that are very clearly not supposed to be for actual white Americans. But there's so many more. Lawyers Concerned for Lawyers. Legal Corps. Yeah, okay. But the left has all these advocacy groups and NGOs. Where does the right have this? But for those new to the channel, if you like spice, well then here's the final boss of spice these days. Pam Bondi at Israel American Council. This is what she was doing today. So while this fucking Jeet was going around parading herself, talking about the face of the Ku Klux Klan Act, Pam Bondi was tweeting and at the Israeli American Council. Not like, you know, the fucking Jews don't have their own country as well, okay? I'm an equal opportunity racist. If you have your own country, go back there. I don't really fucking care how persecuted you were 80 years ago. But this is what Pam Bondi's advocating for.
I want to tell you a story right here in Florida. You've probably heard of it. It's not a crime of great violence, but in my opinion, it's a crime of great significance. I give college presidents my personal cell phone, and I say, if you need anything, call me. My phone rang one day. I was sitting in the office, and it was the president of Florida State University. And he said, something just happened. Yeah, a young woman, a student.
Oh, something just happened, huh? So something does happen. Something does happen, right? But only against the Jews.
Through her phone, cursed, attacked a young student, a young man, male student, who was playing basketball because he was wearing an IDF shirt.
And don't get me wrong, that is bad, okay? So, frankly, he should be wearing an IDF shirt in America. Once again, go back to your own fucking country. But that's bad. Don't attack people, okay? Violence bad. You know, disavow. But this is when the college campus and local can handle this, technically. It's only the feds need to come in when the local can't handle it. And like Minnesota, for example, when you have Walls and Frey actively working against the people, having deployed against ICE agents that are doing their jobs. Not college students throwing a phone at a person wearing an IDF shirt. That's the police job.
She was a student, he was a student. I spent the next few hours on the phone. I called my U.S. attorney. I called the state attorney, called law enforcement.
And she calls everybody under the fucking sun for this.
And I guess she went through the system as it should. And she now is kicked out of Florida State University.
Actually, I think I remember this. It happened, I think, fall of 2024? No, it's newer than that. It was sometime during 2025. Maybe early 2025. I remember this. I think I covered it, maybe? Not exactly sure. And so she's being kicked out for anti-Semitism. I mean, okay, one, I'm an anti-Semite myself, so I'm biased there. But if we're going to have, equality under the law, racism bad, anti-Semitism bad, okay, fine. But what the issue is, once again, the double standard. Happily going after people for being anti-Semitic, but not going after them for being anti-whites. And oh my fucking god, universities have been anti-white for literally decades now, since the 60s and 70s. And yet nothing's done about them. So I don't really care about some random bitch being anti-Semitic.
But little things are the big things, and that sends a strong message that you can't behave that way anymore in our country. You can't bully other students simply because they're Jewish.
Hey, bullying is good, and you shouldn't be in America. And also, are we going to talk about Minnesota? I guess she's at the Israeli-American Council, but once again, why aren't they in Israel? Like, why do we have an Israeli-American Council? They're Israeli. They go back to Israel. America for Americans, okay? Like, I would say the same thing if there's a Somalian American Council that she was at, or fucking Haitian, or Mexican, or I don't know, Chinese, whatever the case is, right? There's no such thing as a Chinese American, like at all. Like, it's either you're Chinese or you're American. It's that simple. So, and here she is today, tweeting and doing nothing about what happened in Minnesota.
And you think they're better than they are. Not going to happen under Donald Trump's presidency.
And she's so proud of herself, too. Not going to happen under Donald Trump's presidency. Smiles. Okay, so glad to know that Donald Trump's priority is not Minnesota, where, the Somalians are committing billions of dollars of fraud, or Antifa, even though he labeled them a domestic terrorist organization last fall, is, attacking people, raiding churches, burning the city down, for 2 weeks straight, all this fun stuff. No, we care more about people being anti-Semitic in college campuses. Love it here. I love it here. Yeah, and then people wonder why people are becoming more anti-Semitic. Again, I don't know why. And let's see, it's been 15. There's this too. I'm gonna skip it for now. But basically, for the sake of time, but this is her mentor, who was an Israeli billionaire, Miriam Adelson, who did this introductory speak for Pam Bondi before she came in, and talking about making so proud for combating anti-Semitism top priority, because that's the top priority here, not all this fucking other shit. Ugh. Okay. I know I'm getting kind of super chats. Let me catch up with you guys again for being so generous today. It's actually kind of unbelievable, but thank you. Clarky, thank you for the $4 reviews over on Rumble. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We gotta get the anti-white leftist institutions permission to take action against the anti-white leftist guys. Please be patient. Yeah, that's exactly the case, right? A complete overhaul of the system. It's been completely infiltrated since the 50s and 60s. McCarthy did nothing wrong. In the future, they won't have to worry about picking between Chinese and American. They'll just be deported. I fucking wish. Thank you, Ryan, for the $5 reviews over on YouTube. These people cling to the Jews like that one black lady does to Lady Gomez. Yeah. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. That's the problem. I agree with Shoe on Head. I will vote for anyone who doesn't kiss the wall at this point. That's my politics. Is whoever doesn't fucking kiss the wall. And then thank you, Naughty Heathen, for becoming YouTube's strongest soldier over on YouTube. Thank you for becoming a member over that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hopefully you enjoy the members only streams. We have them. We had the first one over on yesterday and Sunday, so if you want to check out the VOD, go ahead. And then if you have any recommendations for how to make the members only streams better, because these streams are for you, my members, then let me know. Let me know in the Discord server or yell at me enough in chat, and hopefully I'll pay attention, whatever the case is. Because I want to give them a good experience for you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then I know I got some Ko-Fi too. Nope. Wait. Okay. Yep, Ko-Fi is all good. Ko-Fi is all good. Oh. Good luck with that. They're all compromised. Oh, I know. I know. Like, to get very spicy here for a hot second, if this wasn't already enough. At the end of the day, that's the main core issue, is kissing the wall. That is the main problem. They're on both the left and the right. They're both controlling everything. They're working together. And they're pulling the strings. They have come out and said multiple times that they are more than happy about this, and they're the ones pushing immigration for decades now, that they're proud leaders of the civil rights, lawyers taking part of the civil rights movement. There was a recent one that came out and said that they were proud about the fact that they've been pushing immigration because about the fact that, like, oh, you know, we know what it's like to be displaced because of the Jewish diaspora, and I probably shouldn't have said that. And all that fun stuff. That is the main issue at the end of the day. It is going to be kissing the wall and tiny hats. But, and until that problem is solved, we're going to keep on having the same things happen over and over again, and nothing ever happens. But that's the final boss. That's the final boss. Can we at least get some low-hanging fruit like walls and Frey? That'd be great. Do Kick Bros get the member streams? They do not. But if you would like to do the members only streams, if you go on Ko-Fi, Ko-Fi is a way, become a member on Ko-Fi or you give Strongest Soldier or higher, then you get access that way. You just have to join the Discord server, and then I have a little secret section of the Discord server where you can join there instead, because fuck YouTube after all. And in this case, so my apologies, Kick and Rumble Bros, but you have alternatives if you wish. In this case, so, do not speak of the secret. Well, I mean, it is a secret. Well, it's not really a secret. It's the, I was gonna say the members only section, but the only thing really special about it is the fact that the live streams are hosted there for the Discord. If you don't want to support via YouTube, because fuck YouTube. In that case, Ko-Fi is basically my version of Patreon, because I've seen too many of my favorite content creators being kicked off of Patreon throughout my lifetime. So I don't trust that fucking shit. So. Anyways. More things that happened over the weekend. Over in Minnesota, other than the whole Thonlum Church thing. Like, Nick Sorter, lost a $1,000 camera. Well, we didn't lose it. A civilian in Minneapolis actually stole it specifically. Comedian and Finley nearly killed him by dragging him in their vehicle as he tried to get back. Remember, Somalians are pure innocent victims that do no harm.
Hey, 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 hey! Hey, get! What did she just do? She fucking...
Oh shit. Okay, it's okay.
Oh shit, I didn't realize how loud it is. My apologies, chat.
She took next camera. She just stole next camera.
I like how she's going into the sidewalk here and not the actual road. Now, granted, it's a little bit congested, but there's so many problems here. I don't know where to start. Okay, one, she stole the camera in the first place, refused to give it back, and then they attacked him. Then she drove away, and then he got his hand stuck into the handle, the car door opener there, and driving away, going on the sidewalk, jogging along with him. Like, please get rid of these people.
Let's get her.
No, give him the camera!
Just tell her to give him the camera back.
It's not, the thing is, it's just not that simple. They're not going to give the camera back. And it's a friend-enemy distinction, once again. It's pure tribalism. He's on his side, and they're on their side. It's that simple. And they will destroy whatever means whatever means necessary, and whatever means they can, anything that gives him an advantage, or helps him out. Whatever the case is. $1,000 camera? Well, fine now. You're getting dragged away by my car as I'm going on the sidewalk? Okay, don't care. Nothing's gonna happen to these people. Like, I forgot to mention earlier with the Don Lemon situation, but I kind of highly doubt he'll be actually charged. I mean, he might because he's not a politician, and so he's a civilian in this case. But he's such a high-profile figure that it's a bit doubtful. Plus, he's a gay black man, and well, once again, Trump's not as base as a lot of people wish that he was. In this case, same with the Somalian. Nothing's gonna happen to this random Somalian here. Like, I mean, ICE might go after them if it's a big enough issue, but seeing that Pam Bondi speaking at an Israeli-American conference and tweeting a bunch, I'm not sure about that either.
What happened, Nick?
They just stole my camera.
Right out of your hand while you're in the car?
That's what the fuck you wanted, right? That's the fuck you wanted, right?
That's what you did.
Man, listen, motherfucker, you better get the fuck up out of here. You fucking coward. Motherfucker, you a coward, bitch. You have to.
You're a coward. Because he tried to get his camera back? Okay. Well, has no clue about the prices in the camera market. I'm just quote tweeting the tweet. Said that it's a $1,000 camera. That's what the tweet claims. I'm assuming Nick Sorter says himself. Hopefully, if it's wrong, then that's my apologies for getting it off the tweet instead. So.
Leave. You fucking coward. You rob you, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Bitch. You fucking coward. You a fucking coward, motherfucker.
Nobody
motherfucker, you trying to incite that shit.
Nobody stepped in.
Get the fuck up out of here, bro.
$1,000 worth of equipment.
Yeah, okay, yeah, he does say $1,000 worth of equipment there.
You bitch.
Did you call? Did anybody call 911? Have Kevin do it.
Okay. You fucking Nazi.
We got it all on video. We're not Nazis.
Man, you fucking Nazi.
We're not Nazis and we're not racist.
Once again, if you're on the right and you're white, hell, you don't even have to be white on the right, but that's the main aspect here. That's why they call you Nazis and fascists. You're a Nazi. And if they keep this fucking up, they will create their own enemy. There's... If you're not terminally online, there is a wave of support for the funny mustache man. And, you know, I'm not going to say I support him myself. But, you know, that's why I like to say the phrase, Weimar problems create Weimar solutions. He didn't come out of nothing. He didn't come out of nowhere here. And, well, situations like this inspires a young lad.
I condemn Hitler completely. I'm not racist. I condemn all racism. I condemn all racism.
Why are you here?
We were driving through and we got followed. You guys followed us.
No, we're following you because who are you?
It doesn't matter. We're allowed to be here. It's the United States of America. Why do we have to leave?
What? They just.
We're not leaving till we get the camera. You want us to leave? Give us the camera. Call your friend, get the camera back.
And we'll leave.
You guys want to scream racism, but yet you're treating him like this. Why? Why? Racism can go both ways.
You've been talking about 2 hours fucking recording.
You guys were.
Us versus them. Us versus them. We can't play with them. Can't share our toys. They steal them and drive off on the fucking sidewalk. Just they simply don't care. They simply do not care. You're enemy, you're Nazi, you're fascist. They will destroy your life just because. And it's just, they keep on saying you have to leave, even though they're brown Somalians with their own fucking country, thinking that they were promised Minnesota 3,000 years ago themselves. So to be fair, I don't think they're smart enough to understand the irony of the situation. Though I will say, what's funny is that apparently the address of the Nick Sorter's attacker was allegedly a children's autism center. So somebody, ran the license plates and found that it's a Somalian autism center. Like, you can't make this shit up. Which explains their super nice fucking car. Well, once again, I keep on pointing this out. I keep on fucking pointing this out every single time we cover the Somalian stuff, right? They're all fucking fat. All the women are covered head to toe in their little trash bags here, and they're fucking fat. They have nice cars, nice jackets, nice clothes in general for like a man, with nice watches, iPhones, everything. And they've been able to get away with this. Here. So, man, I hope that maybe ICE will go after them, or the feds will go after them, because this is an autism center. That's a Somalian autism center. It's gonna be fraud. Like it's gonna be fraud. It's guaranteed at this point. 99.9% do this. I can't say 100% because then people get upsetty. But 99.99999% of them are committing fraud of some way, shape, or form. And this is more proof that they're part of this. And they have all the nice shit. And they're stealing cameras. And they all need to be deported to get the fuck out of here. Ugh. But I fucking can't. And them. Ugh. I'm shocked, I tell you. Well, not that shocked. Oh, me either. It's just funny. It's just so fucking funny. Well, not really ironic. It's just this twist of fate here. Thank you, Ryan, for the $2 dose on YouTube. Thank you. Excuse me. These are germ solutions for 99.9% of them. Yes, agreed there. There is a simple solution for them. You can just get rid of them. It's the same in Britain. Something like 75 to 80% of African descent women are overweight. Yeah. Like, they're all on welfare. Okay, so one thing that's not really talked about a whole bunch when it comes to Somalians, on the whole welfare program issue, is that once again they're Muslims. Okay, I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. Ass all fucking day. So apology with the transition. Oh fuck. Granted, gravity may make they're Muslim. And in Islam, you can have multiple wives. And you can marry outside of the law, and you can just go to their imam and go to the local mosque and get married there, without actually having to be legally in the US. This allows them to be able to have their one wife for the tax benefits that they actually married legally, and then have multiple other women that are under Islam, under God that way, Allah. And so they're still not legally considered married America, and so they can pop out babies that way, and then they claim to be single mothers on benefits and get the EBT, and then the housing aid, all this other fun stuff on top of the fraud they are committing with their autism center, or the child care centers, or the voting, Medicaid, whatever scam that they're running here. And once again, they're not smart enough to be able to do it themselves. They have a 16 IQ, okay, on average. That's average. That means there's people lower than them, maybe higher, but it's not going to be that much higher from a standard deviation point. In this case, somebody is teaching them the ropes. It's clearly the people in high places, whether that be politicians, that's and everything else in between. But they're using every tool at their disposal to defraud you, the American citizen. 100%. Same thing in Britain as well. And everywhere they go, they do the exact same thing. Stereotypes exist for a reason. And they all just need to go no matter where they land because they're doing the exact same fucking thing. And meanwhile, you, the average white male, listening to the random fucking VTuber right now, can't afford a house, and struggling to find a job, being replaced by the H-1Bs, wages are decreasing as inflation's rising, all this other fun stuff. You can't get any welfare, you can't get any assistance because you're a white straight male, and so you have to fucking suffer. Meanwhile, these brown boys get all the fucking handouts under the world because they're allowed to abuse the system simply because they're brown. It's that simple. It's that fucking simple here. And then white women get sent to fucking Jew daycare and college to be completely programmed into the fucking feminist propaganda here. So they don't want to have kids. They're put on birth control at 14. And so it fucks up their puberty. And it completely ruins the white birth rate. And it's all done on fucking purpose. So these fat fucking cows here, who are running a children's autism center, that can steal Nick Sorter's $1,000 fucking camera equipment, can live the fucking high life, so you suffer. Is that the ISIS singer symbol? Yes, it is. Because once again, they're Muslims. Muslims are not compatible with the West. It's that simple. You know what? Because I'm not actually a fan of genocide, believe it or not. I'm actually not a fan of violence. My woman heartstrings kick in. I'm like, you know what? Killing people bad. I know, fascinating concept. Killing people bad. But you know what I am for? Muslims going playing in the sandbox. Go back to your own countries. If you want to worship Allah and ISIS and, have your clan wars, and defraud governments like that, go do that in your own fucking countries. Yeah, go. Be gone, okay? You have the whole sandbox. And plus Africa now, okay? Go. Be free. Have fun. Go frolic in those little desert pastures. Fuck off out of here. But no, they have to be here. And then on top, another thing that happened over the weekend, if the church raid wasn't bad enough with Don Lemon, or Nick Sorter, being dragged away in a car after losing his camera equipment here, another guy, Jake Lang, who is a January 6th political prisoner, went to go burn a Quran on the steps of Minneapolis City Hall, because he's correct, America is a Christian country, and so Somalians should not actually be here at all. It didn't go too well for him, to say the least, as this hairy sissy here, who's gonna be that one guy's concubine, points out. How did it go, Jake? Yeah, but it's just gloating over the fact that he got schooled over here, but it's worse than him simply because Harry System wants to proudly gloat over this picture. He gets ripped into shreds. He gets absolutely fucking attacked and ripped into shreds. It's actually fucking terrifying. This is the least damning between the two videos here. But there's another video that I'll show you guys here in a second after we get done with this one. It's a million times fucking worse. Holy fuck, that's loud. My apologies, chat. You can even see the blood on his head. Here. Like, he's got a massive fucking gash on his head from this. But there's I'll show you guys a close-up of the picture here. But you can even see that he got attacked. He got fucking stabbed twice. The only thing protecting him is, well, his thick skull and his plate carrier.
Jake, you thought it was a good idea.
And they're laughing, ha ha ha, Jake, you thought you could do this.
All that shit talking.
Am I gonna get copyright struck for the Christmas music that's playing in the background? Because, like, for some reason they're playing Christmas music, which is so crazy. Because, like, Christmas music is Christian, I know there's a bunch of secular Christian music these days, Christmas music these days, but it's supposed to be Christian. This is a Christian holiday, and it's also January 19th or 17th when this video is taken. Even if you're Orthodox and you celebrate the three wise men coming through and 12 days of Christmas, why are you playing Christmas music? He's trying to get into a car. I'm not sure if that's his car or somebody else's, but they're just swarming him and not letting him. They're just basically dragging him away, more or less. Sweeping away with the crowd like a wave. Here, which doesn't look. It's not great. It's not great at all. But nothing compared to him being literally ripped to shreds. Here we go. Here's some more Christmas music again. I'm gonna turn off the music just for the sake of my monetization because I'm a whore and I want money. But just sit here and watch all the background music on. Pulling and tugging him as he's leaning against the wall, trying to use the wall as a shield, but doesn't really do much of anything when they're right in front of him. I'm assuming this video should have been done before the last video here. My apologies for putting them in the right order. But you can literally see them. Hold on, where did I lost my mouse. You can literally see them tearing off his pants. Like, literally actually ripped off his fucking pants here. And there he goes. This is where he gets swept away by the crowd. We support our Somali neighbors. Yeah, they're not your neighbors, they're foreigners. Still, fuck something. I'm assuming probably Trump's is based off one of his flags here. Fuck ICE. Wait, that's a pretty Chris fucking flag there. Pedo something something. Fuck ICE. Look how massive that crowd is. Like, this is all the people that fucking hate you. Now, I've heard that apparently a lot of these protesters over the past week have come over from different states. Well, most of them like Oregon, California, etc., etc. here. Because it's a hive mind. It's once again a friend versus enemy distinction. It is tribalistic. Do not talk to them. I will beat this drum over and over and over again until my face. Because okay, yeah, they're not. Okay, you can laugh at them for that, but they're working together to mess with ICE, disrupt the law system, and to protect foreigners that are actively defrauding the system here. And they literally do work together like this.
Is it the Jews?
White people
I'm assuming it's always
and
the
people
Jews.
on the right do not do this at all. And that's a huge wing of the right when it comes down to Minnesota has been a blue state. They're the only state that voted blue in 1984 when the whole entire country, all of their 49 states, voted red. Okay, like this is left-wing dominance right here within this state, and they are tribalistic and they know it. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna back up a little bit. I know you guys can hear the audio because I had to turn it off for copyright reasons. But they're saying something about Nazis. A little bit too far. They're repeating. How do you spell Nazi? And then the chants back something. I'm assuming something to do with ice. I thought I heard something along those lines there. Or they're chanting again. Having strict borders is being a Nazi. If you weren't aware, well, keep it up. You're gonna get real ones if you're not fucking careful. So, and I don't believe that every single person
Is it the Jews?
I do not believe
I'm assuming
every
it's always the Jews.
paid. I think that's completely wrong analyzing of the situation. Are the leaders paid? Yes. Is that nice crisp fuck ice flag paid for and distributed? Yes. But as I showed in a different tab just a little bit ago, they have all these NGOs funding legal side of things. At least 55 different legal groups in Minnesota here. Okay? They most definitely have a bunch of other organizations that provide them the food, provide them the flags, provide them the noise making machines of whatever they're using here, and any gear to protect from the cold, all this fun stuff, right? Like that's what's being paid for. I know this for a fact. George Soros is technically old news. Is another 2016 talking point that's still relevant to this day as more people are waking up, right? But in this case, he's giving money to ActBlue and ActBlue are giving and the NGOs to pay for this stuff. But these people are actively malicious. They hate you because you're white, and you actually want borders. And that's it. So. Oh yeah, that's right. The cherry on top about the Jake Lang thing, if it wasn't for the fact that he was stabbed and swept away by the mob over the weekend and all this other fun stuff, was that he tried to flee to a car. And it was apparently a random car.
Door! Oh my god. Drive. Oh my god. Just drive.
That's a man? Sorry. I try not to rewatch too much, so it's a genuine raw reaction for stream. And I thought this was actually a woman here because of how they're dressed and stuff, but that's a man's voice coming out of that. Oh my god.
Stop! Wait, let them go! Let them go! Hey, pull over! Hey, leave it! Get out of here! Leave it up! Get out of here! No! Y'all just let him leave!
And now they're immediately surrounding and harassing the driver.
Hey!
And then attacking it and then runs away. Thank God that light was green so they can just fly. Because if that light was red and they try to fly, which would be a normal human response, panicking of being surrounded by these people who are actually hitting, attacking your car, at you, that would have been risky disky. So they got lucky there.
We got his ass!
We got his ass! Woo! Kill yourself. Now they're moving on for the next target to find. Oh, and they got us his protective gear. His his vest. What's it called? Stab vest. I mean, whatever. Yeah. That's cool. No wonder she's so happy. Oh, we got his ass. Was it full screen? That's. Oh, Jesus Christ. And as I showed in the other video earlier, yeah, no, they got him. That's a pretty big fucking gash that they got on his skull right there. Apparently it was a strike with a wooden flagpole. He was hit with ice blocks, water balloons, paintballs, and other weapons. And apparently he was stabbed twice just in general, and the only thing that protected him was that vest that lady has there at the end.
Door!
So this man could have been dead if he was luckier. Now I will say, not to attack my own here. I don't mean to attack my own, but he was a little bit retarded. Okay, going in there alone, Nick Shirley is smart, and Nick Shirley's just going around to, you know, daycares and autism centers, and he's got security to protect him in this case. Nick Sorter, I'm not sure if he has security, but he at least has a few other people around him as well. This guy didn't really look like he had any real protection on the vest that he was wearing, and obviously that wasn't enough at the end of the day, and he still got swept away by the crowd before barely escaping his Brando's fucking car. So, like, I appreciate the effort he's doing for trying to do on-the-ground journalism, because journalists are fucking disgusting, scummy, and don't deserve rights. But you do need to have some risk assessment here and try to be smart if you're a vigilante journalist like this. Like, in this case, this is just like basic bitch thought process opinion. And, I mean, I know this could have happened to anybody, or even if they had security, how bad that mob was. But the less you protect yourself, well, obviously the weaker you are, the less you have to defend yourself when you're being attacked by a crazy leftist. Antifa has been known about for 10 years within the right's public mind. Anybody who's been politically online for more than 5 minutes what Antifa is and what they can do. And so going in there with just a vest on, not the smartest move. So, yep, and this is where he admits he got stabbed by a crazy white commie leftist rider today in Minnesota. Offer pointing out they replaced it by 70 IG. He means Q, and it's still a little bit generous. Burqa wearing pirate simoleons. Plate carrier blocked at is filled. So, oh, and speaking of the random car, so these people, so like I said, apparently this is a man. Which now that I see the face a little bit better, I can see the facial features. But they thought they were actually saving a protester from ICE, which I'm not sure if that's. I will watch this. I haven't watched it myself, so we'll watch it here. Actually, I don't think that crowd of leftist violent people is really ICE. I feel like they're a little bit more obvious than that. In my opinion, but I understand the confusion when someone just runs into your car like that, bloody and everything. You know, you're not sure what's going on, but they're definitely trying to distance themselves as far as possible with what happened here.
Okay, TikTok, we're gonna make. Oh wait, can you turn the heat down really fast? Okay, hopefully this works and it like doesn't cut up again. So.
Oh, they're brown and they're tranny, so it makes absolute sense that they're on the left after all. But I'm sure if they didn't panic in this situation, they would have been more than happy just to let him sacrifice. Be sacrificed to the leftist mob. They just were in the right place at the right time.
My name is Day. This is my friend Leah. This feels so weird.
Why is the audio? I thought it was just the problem with the last. Like, but let me refresh this quick.
Hey TikTok, we're gonna make. Oh wait, can you turn the heat down really fast? My name is Day. This
okay, apparently it's just the problem with the video. My apologies.
My friend Leah. This feels so weird to do this really
like
fast.
at last that would be ugly.
Yeah. So let me give y'all the.
If you put your hair down, you will look a lot better. But women don't realize that they look better with their hair down. But
rundown on what just happened to us in case we do go like viral or whatever the case is. We were driving, we're on our way to Tom's Watch Bar, right? We want to have some cocktails, little girl day, whatever. We see this crowd of protesters outside of a hotel, and obviously we are anti-ICE. Like, what the fuck is, all this shit that's going on is such
I couldn't have told. I couldn't have told that you're actually anti-ICE. Almost like stereotypes exist for a reason.
bullshit. I'm low-key scared for our country, and it sucks that it's starting in Minnesota, but like, I do not support that. They're bullying. They are bad people. They're ripping apart families. Don't fuck with it. This guy, still don't even know his full name. Jake is all I know.
By the way, families can be deported together.
And apparently,
it's a horrible
freaking person.
The horrible people that apparently, I'm sure a lot of you guys do know about, but I had never heard of him. We see him run up to our car and he's like, can I please get in? Can I please get in? Like, they hurt me so bad, da 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 da. That's all the context we have. So in our heads, it's like, oh my God, like, was he just attacked by ICE? Like,
We
he was
thought
in the
ICE was
protest?
after him, so we're like, okay, whatever, like, hop in the freaking car real quick. And then all of a sudden, there's a whole bunch of people coming here and storming us and, like, beating up the car, ruining the car, pulling this dude out. Like, what is
like
going on?
surrounding the car from every single angle. And yeah, we had no idea what we was getting ourselves into. It's just like we saw an injured man, so like obviously we're gonna help because we're not bad people. What? And I don't know him. And so yeah, anyways, he gets in our car. Like,
I will say that even though they would probably be more than happy to leave him dead if they actually knew what he was doing and, you know, reporting ICE and stuff like that, it was nice of them to allow a stranger into your car when he act. So I will give credit where credit is due, but once again, it goes back to friend enemy distinction. They are more than happy to help who they think is their own. And now that they realize that it was a mistake, they're making the 6-minute video to apologize to the woke mob and be like, we're sorry we helped this person.
yeah, surrounded us. They broke our tail light, was banging on the car, whatnot. They tried to rip him out the door. Like, they was like opening the door and shit. Wild. And so we do drive because like we're not gonna like literally the longer we sat there, the longer he fought them off and the more damage was happening to Aaliyah's car. So we had to leave with him in the car. Like, there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Don't fuck with him.
I was leaving.
Yeah, but also we can't just like, you know, like, what else are we supposed to do? He's not gonna like.
Okay, really stupid thing that I'm gonna mention here, but I can't help but notice it. Is the camera flipped? Because why is the steering wheel on this side? I'm going to assume the camera is flipped. But now that I noticed it, I can't unnotice it.
Let us kick him out the car. He's not gonna get out. So like, that was our only option at that point.
So we literally just go around the block, and I'm like, you know what? Like, you need to get out.
Yeah, we're still in the
Like,
same spot.
what is going on? Like, whose side are you on right now? Because, like, this is not okay. And I'm just getting super weird, bad vibe from this dude. And he's just like, oh, Trump something me. I gotta owe him back. And I'm just like,
yeah, he was
I
like,
don't care
Trump
what
saved
Trump
me.
did for you. Like, ICE is fucking shit.
As
like,
fuck.
who are you? Like, who are you? And then I find out who he is. I'm like,
Of course the Browns don't like ICE. Also the women, too. Not like this is a woman. But women will never be on your side, chat. Like, just, I know fucking hate boner for a white liberal. In this case. Just take the L. Women have heartstrings. They're emotional. They will be pulled. They're easily propaganda. And once you put the double whammy of brown woman, it's Joe over. I know you like your exotic Latinas. It's Joe over. Get over it. There's no hope there.
I don't care if your Uber's here. You're not gonna wait in my fucking car. You need to get out right now.
As fuck. Like, we was
You
not
need to get
fucking
out right
having
now.
it.
Like, this is not okay. I do not support you. Like, speak your mind, whatever. But like, I do not support what this is all about. Like, this is not okay. Like, you need to leave and you need to give me your contact information because you're paying for this fucking shit. Like, you're annoying.
Somehow Latroon seems more level-headed than this bitch. It's called He's Actually a Man. So, well, he's obviously gay in this case. You know, trying to be a woman. They're still manly trolleys. That's why they're so violent.
Like, I actually don't like you.
No, literally.
So,
fuck, it was like the most wild, like holy shit, my day just took like a 180 so fast. Like,
all of a sudden we're seeing protesters. All of a sudden we're a part of it.
Like,
cameras all up in the face.
Wish I could.
I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. Just like
so
that.
Anyways, if you happen to see our faces at all, because I literally, it felt like paparazzi was everywhere fucking snapping pics. If you happen to see us, please know that we do not support this man fucking ever.
I just need to leave.
Disavow.
Leave literally the whole country. I don't care about whatever they have going on. It's a whole vendetta and they just need to fucking leave. Like, it's just not okay, and people all have rights and nobody should be ripped away from their home. I don't care what is going on. People should not be treated.
Yeah, they're not from here. together. I think we hear enough about these retards talking. She's a brown woman, opinion disregarded. He's a brown tranny, opinion also disregarded. Arguably doubly so for being a tranny. Like, what is worse, chat? Tranny or woman? I'm voting on tranny because if you hate your maleness so fucking much, then like, and you're trying so hard to be a woman, then you're just a pathetic man, and that's worse. Like, women have the excuse to be retarded because they have vaginas. Like, chat mentions testosterone literally makes people more logical. And yeah, women are emotional. Okay, fine. They usually have lower IQs than men do. Like, at least women have the woman press, right? Plus, she's brown, so double negative. But man, brown. Ooh, yikes. That's a tough dilemma. Tranny, no contest. Possible questions here tonight. Equally bad if they're libs. Tranny is far worse. We're having a little bit of divide here. Seems like the tranny is worse, but some people are saying it's tough. I know I'm getting behind in super chats again. Oh shit! Speaking of being behind in super chats, thank you YouTube bros for hitting the goal a second time tonight. Also really early. What the fuck? Thank you guys. You guys are super fucking nice, my dudes. I literally like. I don't have a way to thank you for hitting the goal. Literally, the goal was, I don't know, man. You guys are too nice. So yeah, that's it. You guys are really fucking too nice. Thank you guys for your support. And for this, thank you. Let me see here. Okay. Crowder Keller, thank you for the $2 reduce. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to it before the mods went after your ass. Crowder Keller, I so thank you for your support for January 6th and everything, and your support in general. But please remember that your Rumble chats do cross over to Kick in YouTube. Even if their chats don't cross over to you. But thank you for the $2 reduce. If you want to put that towards a fund, just let me know at it. My apologies. I'm sure whatever it is, I either disavow or actually agree. And then Miru, I think. Hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right. Thank you for the $5 dues over on YouTube. You see Tyler Oliveira on Hasidic Jew Welfare Town? I have not seen it. I've been meaning to react to it. I'm gonna be doing a Rumble sometime before the end of the month. And with a special guest, and we will react to that video. Let's see. It'll probably be next week. Probably next week. Or likely. Case it's been a pretty busy so far. So or maybe later this week. We'll see how the cookie crumbles. Thank you, Shell Beach, for the $5 reduce over on YouTube. You're still watching this crap? How can you stand this? It's masochistic. Well, you see, I hate myself with a burning passion. And so I like talking about politics, even though women really need to shut up about politics. In a lot of ways. So, that's why. And it's just, at the end of the day, it's just news coverage. Over what happened and into today as well. So I think it does get blackpilling and demoralizing, a lot. And that's why I do like game streams. I try to do 1 or 2 game streams a week to kind of like take a break and ease up, or whatever the case is. Because it does get to me. I'm pretty actually weak in the Constitution, ways when it comes to these heavy topics. But I find it fascinating, and I care deeply about these issues. I don't like the fact that I'm a drowner. I don't like the fact that I'm being overrun by immigrants. I don't like the fact that I'm in my I'm in my 20s, young 20s. And instead of having kids and being married, I'm in my dad's basement, for example. In this case, like, and I get it. I'm a woman. It's not that hard to actually find a man. So I know I'm gonna disturb the nest in that case. But instead of being 18 and being married off to a man and having like 6 kids before you're 25, we're in the state of the world that we're in. I don't like modern society at all. In this case. So, and I just want to talk about it and yap about it and yell because it pisses me off. Because women are emotional. It's that simple. I find it cathartic to actually be able to speak in current events. But yeah, it's great. Because the thing is, for like the new year, from Side Scrollers, thank you for stopping by the way, greatly appreciate it. Is that I've been involved in politics since I was 12. I originally was a social justice warrior, a Tumblrina, between the ages of 12 to 14, 15 years old. And then I found Sargon of Akkad, and I've been drifting rightwards since then. I think a lot of it, I do think a lot of my credit for who I am today is Sargon. I know a lot of people dislike him, but still, the fact that I'm not on hormonal birth control because I did my research and I realized how fucked up it is, and you should really get women off hormonal birth control. And also having a strong father figure and a shitty fucking mother. I think with those combinations, three big things, I would not be who I am today by a long shot. But I care about politics a lot. It's something that is interesting, hearing history, reading, all this other fun stuff. I'm aware I'm more masculine, unfortunately, in these areas, but I like what I like. And I had nobody to talk to as a kid because I was raised as an only child. And you know, if I didn't have many friends in school, and if I did have friends, they didn't really care about these issues. And so I just lurked online, and I've always wanted to become some sort of content creator since I was about 11, 12 years old. And I finally got an opportunity, back in summer of 2024, thanks to different life events happening, and working in favor, and so I finally did it. And here I am. I've been very, very lucky, and it's without your guys' support, I would, I'd probably still be doing this, because I thoroughly do love streaming, but it makes things a bit easier too. I'm not gonna deny that. So, and I'm gonna keep on yapping until I probably have kids, whenever that happens, or I'm gonna commit suicide at 30, whichever one happens first. No. We'll see how generous time is in that regards. No. I watch Sargon all the time, 100% agree with his take of the week. Underbelly liberalism got hijacked by foreigners. I haven't actually, as much as I love Sargon, and I'm a Sargon simp, I haven't watched him a very long time. I don't watch anybody anymore since I've been doing my own content. Don't have the time, plus I want to have my own takes as well. Ever since I've been, doing my own research, doom scrolling myself instead of watching somebody else, I have radicalized. And I'm okay with that, actually. Maybe 5 years ago I would have been okay with becoming more radicalized because radicalization's bad. You don't want to become radical after all. But I don't really care anymore, actually. Because, obviously, being a classical liberal, an enlightened centrist, having a fence stuck up your ass doesn't solve anything. And the left is unapologetic and they don't fucking care. And they've been radical for decades now. So, it's kind of like what stops a bad guy with a gun? Well, a good guy with a gun. It's essentially that situation. So violence bad, obviously. It's just how that works. And only whoever has power is the only one who can actually do anything. It's simply power play. And it took me way too long to realize that. But power is everything. And if a good guy has power, then good things will happen. If a bad person has power, then bad things will happen. That simple, is black and white. There are gray areas out there in the world, for different things, but when it comes to politics, it's all about power. And, well, I want my side to have power. Because look at these people when they have power. And they want to kill you. I think I don't want to kill them. Right? Even though I want my side to have power and I want my side to have control, I just want them deported. Okay? And then death penalty for the traitors and the illegals. In that case. And maybe also the Somalians with how bad their crimes are. Okay, there's gonna be a death penalty for a lot of people, I'm not gonna lie. But they're all committing crimes in this case, right? They're not just existing and going to church, okay? It's not like anything like that. They're not trying to have families, or just going to work, or driving down the road, or whatever the case is. The left wants you dead because you're white. I just want them out of my country. That's it. So, Thank you, Maverick Mark. $2 over on YouTube. Thank you. Strong paw, shit ma, you are a Kirsha clone. Well, yeah, obviously we're very similar. And she's the one who made me realize that VTubers can actually be political, which was retarded of me to realize, to be honest. I always thought VTubers just more eat thoughts online, that you're cute or sexual and play games for male attention. It's more eat thoughts at the end of the day. And to be fair, if a woman is online, then she is an e thought by default. She is a whore. Like, she's surviving off of male attention. She's a whore. Multiple male attention specifically. That's the issue. But VTubers are essentially just the PNG tubers of the skeptic community from the past, except animated and prettier. here, more expressive in this case. And she was the one who made me realize that. And that was one of the many things that happened in the summer of 2024 that all kind of came together. It was like, it's gonna sound so fucking cringe, but it was like God came down from the heavens, because everything came into place for me to actually become a content creator. Because there's always something that was blocking me beforehand, because I've been wanting to do this since I was like 11, 12 years old. Streaming, video, something, whatever the case is. It used to be Minecraft, because my favorite YouTuber was Sky Does Minecraft. That's who got me into YouTube. But then I got into politics later, and I wanted to be political. Right, but there's always something stopping me in this case, for whatever reason it was. But the summer of 2024, that's when stars aligned for everything. I've been very happy since. And she is a part of it. I will never deny that. In that case, I do think strong father figures are very important for raising. And men too, to be fair. But fathers are way more important than mothers by a long shot. By a long shot. Like, a child's gonna be a million times better off by being raised by a single father than he is gonna be by a single. Statistically. Realistically. Just because children need stability. Yeah, they might be a little bit emotionally stunted, but they're also gonna be emotionally stunted because how emotional women are. And then they keep on bringing dozens of men as they go rotate their boyfriends. And they're on welfare, they have to work multiple jobs if they actually are trying to be decent human beings. And they can't actually provide, because women aren't providers. They're supposed to be nurturers, and they can't nurture. They're just fucking whores. Meanwhile, single fathers can actually provide, can bring stability, can be a bedrock for a child's developmental growth. It's not gonna be perfect. They're gonna have their own issues in their own right, but the stability is the most important thing a child needs, and women just can't provide that. No. But there's other factors too, because once you ship your daughters off to college, it's SOL. Like, don't ship your daughters to college, you fucking retards. College is a scam by default. You're going into thousands upon thousands of dollars into debt for something that you can't even get a job with anymore. And if you do get a job, it's fucking Jew daycare, and you can't fucking pay off your debt. Women don't know how to work money at all. Like, women hold, like, I think 70 to 80% of most of the debt in general, between, like, credit cards and college and everything like that. Fucking piece of shit. And then they get indoctrinated. You're literally lambs to the slaughter when you let your daughters go to college there. They're already being propagandized just in public school in general with feminism bullshit. But then you send them to college, you're fucking... I don't know what to tell you. It's a lost cause. Lost fucking cause. And then hormonal birth control is the last thing. Because that's usually given out like candy to girls when they're going through puberty. And when you give a girl artificial hormones, which, this is... Okay. Quick rant. I know the old heads have heard this rant before, but two people here, okay? Fucking pisses me off about the right sometimes. Not exactly the right. The right's actually not a big problem here, but just about society in general, like the normies. Normies in general are actually against giving kids hormonal replacement therapy to turn them trans and puberty blocker, because they recognize that giving kids artificial hormones is bad, right? What they don't realize is that birth control is artificial hormones. You are tricking a woman's body into believing that she's pregnant. You're pumping her full of artificial hormones that completely alters her. And you're giving it during puberty. Do you not think that's not gonna have some serious side effects for how the woman's developed? At all? And you don't think they'll have some long-term consequences? At all? You're, like, what's wrong with you here? And we've known, like, women have complained about the pill for ages now. Makes them fat, makes them bloated, makes them go crazy and depressed, all these other different issues. If you actually listen to women talk about how much they hate the pill, it doesn't take much. And so then you actually do your research and you find out, oh, the pill's not even the worst one. The shot and the implants a million times fucking worse. I mean, once you get that to a child when they're 14 on average, 14, 15, 16, someone that age, when they're going through puberty. Yeah, of course women are fucking cooked. Of course you have the crazy liberal white woman that all these right-wingers want to bash. Yeah, they're been propagandized and completely turned into fucking mindless drones thanks to the hormonal shit. Like, and then the other that everything I'm definitely going off right now. At this moment. And it's just like, yeah, women are fucking cooked. And we're gonna need strong fucking men to change the system here. I was a DEI hire for Portland State Student Ambassadors, as I was an older white male non-trans student on a diverse group of people who recruited minorities to replace white males. Not joking. I'm not fucking surprised. I'm proud. I mean, good on you for actually being hired to actually get the job in the first place, but it's the fact that that's the situation that is just infuriating. Yeah. Okay, sorry, I'm... I angry. I very, very angry right now. Okay, so YouTube super chats, I believe, are caught up. Go holy fuck! Oh my god, you guys are... Shadow Reader, thank you for the $10 reduce. Thank you. It's a word all fronts from within, but I do believe that it's never all lost to the last man. That is true. That is true. I know we blackpill a lot on this channel and things get super fucking depressing, like that one person saying that I'm a masochist earlier. But at the end of the day, never fucking never give up. Get mad as hell instead. Get mad as hell. Use spite and anger as your weapon, your energy, your fucking cocaine. Because as soon as you give up and say it's over, then it's actually over. You've lost. You've taken L. And you're gonna let these brown noise and trannies overrun your fucking system here. No matter how bad it gets, how depressing it is, never give up. You can take a break, okay? You can't expect it to be God's warrior fighting the nuns for the crusades forever, right? You're gonna have bad days. You're gonna have weeks where you just don't want to hear the news because it's fucking much. Completely understandable. I have a weak constitution. I have to take breaks. And I won't lie, chat. I've been feeling the need for a break for a minute now. But I'm trying to push through until spring. So it's warmer. Here. But, and it just, because things do get heavy. But if you actually give up and let them in, then yeah, well, it's over. What else do you expect? So, thank you, Danny DeLito, for the $40. Thank you. You're very generous with those shekels. Very generous with those 40 fucking shekels. Yeah, here's some money. Even regular people I know have seen the church and are furious. That's fucking awesome. Also, the 40 shekels are awesome, yes. Thank you again. I appreciate it. But, yeah, like, you can wake up most normal for a lot of things. I know 2020 was a good example of that. With not just the Black Lives Matter, mostly just the vaccines and what happened with COVID, but also the transient children. Like, my dad, so it's actually kind of ironic seeing how I got into politics, because my home was a very apolitical, actually no, non-political household. I remember when Obama was first getting elected, I was a small child, and I came home one day and I asked my dad who he voted for, and he's like, "Mom, that is very rude and impolite for you to ask who somebody voted for. That's private information, and you should not be asking that of anyone." I was like, "But you're my dad. I won't tell anybody." He's like, "No." Anyway, put his foot down. He's like, "No, I will not be telling you. because that's private information, and you shouldn't be judging people who they vote for or asking stuff. I was like, okay, Dad, I'm sorry. And I moved on, and we never talk politics in my house, with my parents. So, but over the years, especially the past, 6 years, I should say, it's 2026, isn't it? My dad has definitely gotten a lot more political himself. He is a boomer, so there is that unfortunate disadvantage there. But he does talk about politics from time to time, and he's been woken up because of everything that's been happening the past 6 years, and there's a lot of people. A lot of people have changed. Where they woken up and they're now on the path of realization what's happening, or they're like me, who have been involved with politics for a very long time and become more radicalized, seeing how bad this has gotten. So that sounds like the opposite of base, ignorance, not of each, and instilling children. It's because once he's a boomer. Like, my dad's actually a legit fucking boomer. Yes, there's a massive age gap between me and my dad, seeing I'm an actual legit zoomer. In this case. So, and back in the day, when you had a white majority nation, where there was gentleman agreements, and, and liberalism was at its peak, and everybody firmly believed it, it was considered rude to talk politics with other random people in the workplace. Or, kind of within the home, to a certain degree. Like, you're not supposed to be judging people. Just try to get along. You're not supposed to be, starting a civil war because the one side voted the blue and the other side voted for red. And that was the mentality. So, when he comes to Grandpa, he's going to evolve into his fully political persona. Actually, funny that you mentioned that, because that's part of the reason why he has become radical. Because my brother is a fucking boss cause leftist. And fully, I can't, it's insane. Absolutely insane how dedicated to the propaganda he was when it came to COVID. And he completely just vaxxed his kid up with everything under the sun. Multiple boosters, everything. Because he was born during, the COVID hysteria times. And my dad refused to get vaccinated. Because he's like, I don't trust this. It's brand new. Like, this doesn't make sense. Nobody's dying. He started questioning the system. It also helped that me and my other sister were also against it too, and talking to him about what was happening. And so then my brother basically cut him off and said, you're not allowed to see my kid because you're not vaccinated, and mask everything. Just all that fun stuff. And he's just like, yeah. And that really fucked him. That really messed with him a lot, because only grandchild and wasn't allowed to see him during his early ages. Yeah. So I have to admit, I am kind of worried he's not going to get enough children before he dies. Because not like I'm off to a great start. And my sisters are a lost cause. Literally. And my brother's not going to have any more. And that kid, it's already fucked up. He's got a bunch of health issues. Imagine my shock! Pumping your child with a bunch of vaccines, especially a bunch of boosters of an experimental vaccine that really wasn't even properly tested and forced out the door, causes problems for a young baby. Wow. So, but yeah, different story. Anyway, I was supposed to catch up with super chats and I started yapping again. My apologies, chat. Clarky, thank you for the $2 dues over on Ko-Fi. They use a Jake Lang during Nazi salutes and calling himself a Nazi on his phone. Hollow activism like burning Korans. Getting rescued from anti-ice mob as by black guy. Pictures him in Israel user kissing the wall. Tie up? I think so. I don't know who this guy is. I never heard of this dude until literally today. Oh, thank you, Clarky, for another $2 dues. Jake Lang is basically American Tommy Robinson. Disgusting. Watch how quickly this goes from unfighting the replacement to there's good Muslims as long as they adopt American values. Tommy Robinson used to street fight Muslims in a mosque. Nice saying us, we love the patriotic one. Yeah, not going to lie. I didn't want to say this because, like, I didn't want to be unfair since I don't know who the fuck this person is. Right? But based off the tweets I have seen of him, there's something very scummy about him. Like, there's these for lack of a better term, grifters. I don't really like to use that term, but there's these, once again, lack of a better term, grifters, who have a very specific way of how they tweet, where, like, you know, Jesus is King, Deus Vult, how they do, like, this paragraph blocking, like, separating it, even though they're one simple sentences like this, instead of actual paragraphs to explain the situation. Then it's like, his Twitter page was, like, very sensationalizing, constantly reposting the videos of other people talking about it over and over and over again. Like, something about him just seemed really off about it. And I just, but I didn't want to say anything because, like I said, I never heard of this guy until today, right? And, you know, him being stabbed and attacked is bad. And he is, you know, technically on the right. I'm not a huge fan of attacking my own unless they really fuck up. In this case, he really didn't. He was a little bit retarded, but still. So, but yeah, it's good to know that my suspicions were actually verified in this case. Because I don't like these people, but yeah, very sure. Jake Gilling didn't do a Nazi salute. Just picture of him here. He's not a fascist, pro-white. Okay, we got contradiction within chat. So, I don't know what, you know, I don't know this guy, okay? But it's just the vibes. It's the vibes, man. Okay? I'm getting off of him. Your vibe sense always right, Amal, trust me? I don't know about that, okay? Like, I'm retarded. I don't wanna, like, I don't know. Thank you, Naughty Heathen, for the $2 over on YouTube. Thank you. Change the background off that trans woman. Well, good thing I switched over to his cringy fucking tweet here. So, you're welcome, I guess. He feels too placed, yeah. Like, there are people that I don't really care for, and I'm suspicious of, that I use as references for streams, because I just steal other people's content for my own, right? But they still are the ones posting videos, or making the tweets, or whatever the case is. And that's essentially the situation here. And in this case, it's actually more severe, seeing he got literally attacked and stabbed, and a chunk of his fucking skull's removed. So, oh, speaking of skulls, where's the picture? There's the picture. I lost it in my tabs. Remember that Netanyahu was literally talking about creating true and real. Thank you, Delta Cross, for reminding me. I have a memory about goldfish. Yeah, there was the whole thing last year about how the 7,000 being paid $7,000 is always the fucking numerology with them too. For becoming influencers, and there's a whole interview with Netanyahu talking about how they need to, like, change the influencers and how they work to get more people on their side, because he doesn't like the rising of anti-Semitism. And then recently it came out that he's also been working with AI companies to change how AI works. And so if anybody asks any questions about, like, Israel and the role of history, etc., then anything that's negative about Israel is on the bottom, and you know, anything craziness at the top. So let me blow my nose real quick. I should probably not put this picture for very long. So have the fucking cringy tweet real quick, and I'm gonna blow my nose. Okay, so chat. I have more things about things that happened in Minnesota over the weekend here. That I could go over. Or, because it has basically taken up all the stream already as it is, we can move on to Virginia. Because, well, let's be honest, Minnesota's not gonna get any better here. And Trump's not doing anything, really. Okay. Every time I say that, I feel bad, because I'm like, well, he did send the ICE agent. Oh, he is doing something, but 2 weeks! 2 weeks, and nothing's fucking happening. Antifa's a domestic terror organization. Have a list of people who are NGOs and funding it, and nothing's fucking happening. What do I know? I'm a retarded woman on the internet. Anyway, I covered the elections that happened, the local elections that happened back in November. A lot of it's like the Mandami news, for example, but I also cover things that happen in Virginia as well. If you want to go check out the VOD, it's on Rumble. Most VODs, especially for the new people here, are on Rumble because sometimes they get a little bit too spicy, and I have to delete them. Yeah, that's cool. Anyways, so I did a decent amount of coverage on the local elections that happened back in there, including Virginia. And the problem with Virginia was the fact that the GOP was retarded. No surprise there. They're always fucking retarded. And ran a black woman. They fucking ran a black woman who was all talking about Black Lives Matter, and all this other fucking gay ass bullshit there. And it's like, yes, this is what the Republicans want. This is what the GOP want. This is what the young white straight males want. Is a black woman talking about Black Lives Matter. Oh my fucking god. It's so annoying. So needless to say, she lost. No surprise there. And now this woman is in charge instead. And her first act as governor of Virginia is to repeal Glenn Youngkin's executive order that mandated state and local law enforcement cooperate with immigration enforcement. Elections have consequences. Now, I understand the sentiment that voting doesn't do anything. I understand that, and to a lot of cases, I actually kind of agree in that case, especially when it comes to federal. But I still think it's important to vote, even though both sides hate your guts. It's still important to vote for at least the side that doesn't hate your guts as much, or at least say that, because there is some power within it just left. Like there's like for example, 2020 was completely rigged, right? It's been confirmed a million times at this point. They literally talked about fortifying it like 6 months later. And then Fulton County came out and be like, yeah, by the way, we miscounted like a bunch of hundreds of thousands of votes. It's fine. But you still have to vote because it makes it harder for them to actually make voter fraud. And it's still important to be active in your local community beyond voting. But also like going to your local church, community center, your school meetings, whatever the case is, and trying to get involved locally as best as possible. To try to make a change and actually communicate and build roots and for the future. Not gonna be pretty, overall. And voting matters a lot in more local elections. Well, for this reason, as we can kind of see here. In this case. However, I know Virginia is more of a flip state just in general, and well, they're gonna have a similar situation in Minnesota because now we can executive order that mandated state and local law enforcement don't have to cooperate anymore. Let's actually watch the video here.
And this executive order rescinds
Once
order.
I swear to fucking God, I will suck Elon's dick. Okay, I won't have his baby. I'm not gonna be like Ashley St. Clair. Okay, I'm not that suicidal. He's got like a million fucking baby mamas, right? But then again, I'm not that much of a horse, Ashley St. Clair either. Anyways, I will suck his fucking cock. Okay, if we can just get universal audio balancing Twitter videos, I'm tired of going up and down, up and down, up and down like a goddamn roller coaster.
And this executive order rescinds executive order number 47.
So that's the loudest I'm going to be able to get it because I'm lazy.
Law enforcement should not be required to divert their limited resources to enforce federal civil immigration laws. It is a responsibility of federal law enforcement. Virginia state and local law enforcement officers must be able to focus on their core responsibilities, investigating crime and community policing. And this executive order rescinds executive order.
Pause. Local stuff, huh? Local is more important. Why do I have a feeling that nothing's still gonna happen at the local level now that you're in charge? You just let crime flow freely, being surrounded by blacks, cons in general. And then the guy who talked about actively murdering Republican important. I forget his name. I think it's like Jacob something. But there is chat logs that got leaked talking about how he wants to murder the children of his political opponent. So once again, They call us Nazis and fascists and stuff like that. And hey, maybe in the year of 2026, it might be closer to the mark than they think at this point in time because they pushed us so far. But I don't think even, I'm still not saying that you should murder your kids' political opponents, okay? Like, come on. What the fuck's wrong with you? What, like, but I guess I know what's wrong with them. They're fucking leftists. So, we got raided? Fuck. Okay, I'm sorry. Leroy, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Mods, if you could shout her out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you for the raid. Welcome to the stream. We're being very spicy right now. Talking about the Virginia local elections. We just got done talking about what's happening in Minnesota over the weekend. Here, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you again for the raid. Thank you. If you could shout her out in the Rumble chat mods, that'd be great. Because LOE gets everywhere. Ideally. Thank you. Jay Jones. Crazy that motherfucker got elected after that. Oh, Jay Jones. Okay, sorry. That's where I got Jacob from. I got the J. I got the JA part of the name correct. My apologies for my memory here. In that case, but you say it's crazy he got elected after that. It's actually not that crazy. Once again, goes back to the tribal again. Like the left is more than happy to support their own. And they are violent, they are bloodthirsty, and they do want right wingers dead. They don't care about that factor. When it comes to armies, do still, thank God. But when you run a black woman for the GOP candidate, and she celebrates Black Lives Matter, and she had a whole post talking about all that was literally fact checked and community noted on Twitter about all the black achievements that they have done in their history, which are all fucking fake. Yeah, she's not gonna win. Well, the GOP doesn't want, the voting bloc of America is still white straight male, despite the demographic replacement at hand, right? And the only people that are voting for Republicans are going to be white straight males, and then also white straight females as well. They get a lot of bad rap, but they typically actually do vote with the white straight male bloc, which vote Republican. At this time, I know contrary to popular belief, but it's true. Meanwhile, blacks don't vote Republican. Like, there's a whole joke about being on the Democrat plantation. It's true. Why would they vote for the party that wants to remove their welfare programs when blacks are majority on welfare? They can get away with crime. They do like 70 fucking different crimes and felonies before they actually get arrested and thrown in jail. Like, the statistics are not in our fucking favor. I think actually, the last statistics I saw was that 3% of black people actually vote Republican. It's a very small minority. And yeah, for some reason, the GOP is stuck chasing that tail. You know, they really want that fat fucking ass, those massive titties from the 300-pound black woman here. Thinking that they can put that DEI higher. No. Republicans are not going to vote for that. They're just not going to vote at all. It's going to be like the labor situation in Britain. So... 52% of white women voted for Trump. Yes, thank you, Undead Warrior. Like, it's still barely over 50%, but it's still at least 50% that white women vote for Trump. So, whoever controls the culture controls the women. As the right keeps on pushing forward, well, things will be a bit better. There. But that's not the only thing that she's done since she got into power here. Like, you know, introduce legalized crime, steal all future elections, and duplicate Somali daycare fund. So we got this new bills that are being robbery. Conforms certain provisions of the code referencing robbery to the degrees of robbery offenses established by chapter 534 of the Acts and Assembly Fund. Okay, before we get too deep into the weeds here, I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand legalese. Okay, I'm a retarded woman in the middle of nowhere. I'm not that smart. So, you know, this might get a little bit convoluted here. But we will still read it anyways. Because I do like trying to read from the source as much as possible instead of going from a Twitter post. even if I know the footer post is true, just because. So bear with me here. These changes include 1. Limiting to the 3. We're already off to a great start. Limiting to the 3 higher degrees of robbery certain non-robbery crimes for which committing such crime with the intent to commit a robbery is an element of the offenses. 2. Limiting the types of robbery that are included in the definition of acts of violence to 2 higher degrees of robbery. 3. Clarifying how robbery offenses will be scored in the sentencing guidelines. 4. Allowing persons convicted of 2 lesser degrees of robbery to be eligible for conditional release if they are terminally ill and for enhanced earned sentence credits. 5. Allowing persons who are ineligible for parole as a result of being convicted of 3 of certain created offenses to be eligible for parole if convicted of an offense that would constitute robbery by presenting of firearms. And 6. Limiting the application of the 3 strikes law to the 2 higher degrees of robbery, making persons convicted under the 3 strikes law eligible for parole if one of the 3 convictions in the mandatory license would constitute one of the 2 lesser degrees of robbery. The bill leaves unchanged the current law, making all degrees of robbery predicate criminal acts by adding the 2 lesser degrees of robbery to the definition of predicate criminal act and specifying that the 2 higher degrees of robbery are included in the definition of acts of violence. The bill requires the changes made to the eligibility for conditional release of prisoners and enhanced earned sentence credits to apply retroactively if certain criteria are met. Okay, so long story short, basically they're making it easier for people to commit crime. You know, the definitions of what actually constituted a crime, it just got essentially raised, or more hard-coded. And so, like, robbery is just let go. Kind of like what California did a few years ago. Though this is not exactly the same. It's similar to the sense of California when they there's a misdemeanor to and if you rob somebody up to like $999 essentially, right? You had to, basically you can just steal everything that you wanted, and you wouldn't get slapped with anything higher than a misdemeanor unless you got over $1,000 of goods. So, also fun fact about California, it's a misdemeanor to give you HIV and AIDS. So don't get raped in California, because chances are you will get HIV, and the person who gave you HIV and literally ruined your life will only get a misdemeanor. So it's great. 950? Okay, my apologies. Not people that's being enforced selectively, that's also true. Because, again, statistics are racist. And only one certain demographic, well, not just, but non-demographic, commits the most amount of crime across the board. So, you know, just let's look back on the street again. We're gonna get another Irina Zaruska before we even know it. So, actually, I say that, but I know every single day there is another white woman killed or raped. Not even just a woman. Is like the other day, there's a story about a baby being suffocated in childcare once again by none. Wow, happens on a daily basis. Wow, yay. Then even more good news from Virginia. Election results counting machine-readable ballots requires ballot scanner machines to be used to count machine-readable ballots, and prohibits such ballots from being counted by hand for any reason or purpose not specifically authorized by law. Ballot scanner machine-readable ballot are defined terms. Oh, here. Well, let's go use these are Dominion machines, why don't we? Totally not like they've been, you know, found to be manipulated with and have caused fraud before in other countries before. And, you know, we can't actually use pottery shards. It can't be counted by hand. We can't fact check things anymore. It has to be by the machine. Same machine takes coding. A little bit of code. Could be Indian, it could be white, but let's be honest, it could be Indian here. Just to change some numbers in the system, and all of a sudden, there's an extra 0 at the end. Where did that magically appear from? Overnight, 3 a.m.? With a van? Ooh. But that would never happen. That's never happened before. We would never fortify anything. No. Goddamn. So Virginia is fucking stolen forever now? Great, yes. Congratulations. This is why I still think it's important to vote. Even if it feels like nothing ever happens, and really nothing does ever happen. Even if it feels like that, you know, it doesn't do anything. You still have to use every single tool at your disposal to stop this shit from happening. Give up, well, congrats. So... And now, early childcare and education, home-based childcare provider startup grants pilot program established. Requirements. Yeah, home-based childcare provider startup. Ah, where have I heard this before? Established a home-based childcare provider startup grant pilot program whereby funds are provided to childcare aware of Virginia to working with public and private partners. The bill in order to expand the supply of licensed childcare providers in the Commonwealth. Licensed home-based childcare. Huh. Promote the safety of licensed home-based childcare providers. Support access to childcare for working parents in the Commonwealth through providing the award of grants licensed and unlicensed childcare providers in the Commonwealth in accordance with the requirements of the bill. The bill requires childcare aware of Virginia to annually collect and make publicly available data on the number of home-based childcare providers supported under the program. The bill has expiration date of July 1st, 2029. Oh, okay, so we have 3 years, 2.5 years to possibly write this in Virginia. But with the Democrats in charge now, because the thing is, a lot of people miss this, and fair enough. I realize this too. But during the VP debate with JD Vance, Tim Walz talked about expanding childcare, for the low-income family. That now with our 2020 hindsight, I wonder what childcare really meant when he said that in the VP debates. And so now the Democrats are doing this again in Virginia, expanding childcare provider startup grants. Well, okay, so it's going to be the same thing. Pretty much every single blue state is going to be having this if it hasn't already. And Virginia is now a blue state. There's stuff in Maine. And the thing is, okay, to be fair, to be completely fair, this is happening in Republican red states as well. There's Somalian scams in Ohio and Idaho. The Indians have overrun Texas, for example. Like, every single non has some sort of scam that they're doing, some sort of fraudulent thing that they're being led by the nose on to basically plunder our wealth from our nation. In this case, but the blue states just make it a million times worse, like with this. So, here. And then going back with the whole voting fraud thingy, elections absentee voting here process removes the requirement that absentee ballots be received by the Friday immediately preceding the day of the election for the general registrar to implement the process of curing errors of failures in such absentee ballots. The bill also moves the deadline for curing omissions and absentee ballots up on the 3rd day after the election, giving them more time to commit fraud. It actually happened in California. If I remember the 2024 election correctly, it took California about like 2 to 3 weeks to count their votes, and they're like, oh, it's just because there's so many people. God. I think Arizona had a very similar situation too. But just, for time. Oh, we just have so many people. So many people. BRB, 1 second here. retarded. I went to I had my desk up and I went to go bend down the dog, and my dumb fucking ass did not move my fat fucking face out of the way, and my glasses hit the desk as I was standing up and hit my nose. And I already broken this thing 3 fucking times. It's not broken again, thank God. I wasn't hard enough for that, but man, my poor fucking nose. Ugh. Ugh. Did you wash your hands? Of course not. Why would I do that? Well, crap, 1 minute 33 seconds. She's getting faster now. Are you actually timing me? That's actually kind of funny. Fucking hell. Ugh. Okay, back to this. Minus my nose hurting right now. Stupid. Here. Also, you know, just a cherry little on top of everything. Prohibition of outdoor shooting of firearm on property without reasonable care penalty. Permits localities. Well, localities. I forgot how to pronounce English. ESL. To adopt an ordinance prohibiting outdoor shooting of a firearm unless the discharge of such firearm is conducted on land of at least 5 acres and with reasonable care, describing the bill to prevent a projectile from crossing the bounds of the land. The bill permits such an ordinance to create a rebuttal presumption that the discharge of firearms across or over bounds of a property without written permission of that property was without reasonable care. The bill requires that a violation of such ordinance does not exceed a Class 1 misdemeanor. So, you know, on one hand, it's like, okay, well, you know, I've heard many stories of people shooting on their property before, and then the bill at work at Shades, or it goes much farther than they realize, and, you know, goes and hits somebody else's house or something like that. But, like, that's far and few between, because most gun owners are actually smart. The people who are committing most of the crime with guns are not smart. IQ of 85 kind of smart, okay? Like, that's the big problem there when it comes to gun violence. Not people who have land and shooting their firearms on their property here. In this case, and it's just more gun control. So you can't actually use your gun to, you know, shoot at targets or deer or whatever the case is. In this case, it's just more restrictions on gun control. It sounds nice originally, right? You know, I land at least 5 acres to be extra safe, you know, and trying to prevent projectiles from crossing bounds of the land and all this fun stuff. But it's just more gun control at the end of the day, and I'm not for gun control at this point in time. Fuck this shit. Once again, it sounds nice on paper and all this stuff, but there's a double standard here. The ATF only goes after white men. They actually go after the fucking gangbangers in Chicago with whatever the fuck that they actually have with their crazy fucking guns there. And all the different shootings that they have. All the different deaths that they have there. In this case. Gun control is just a fucking psyop. Just to take your guns away. It's that simple. Fuck you. And I don't actually have all the different screenshots on the website for this. But I figured a nice summary would be good enough after, you know, this case. But there's even more bills being, you know, introduced now. As soon as they walk in, fucking walk in, of course. Once again, Democrats understand power. Or ones don't. New 4.3 sales tax on Uber Eats, Amazon, etc. deliveries. Not completely against that. I don't really like taxing, because taxation's theft. But actually, you know what? Fuck that. Amazon, too. I read that Uber Eats, and I'm just like, yeah, fuck Uber Eats. So I was like, wait, Amazon? Yeah, no, sorry. This is fucking retarded here. More fucking sales tax? Get the fuck out of here. New sales tax on emissions to a wide variety of businesses. Oh, yay. Make it harder for us to actually own businesses, too. Yay. Create 2 new higher tax brackets of 8 and 10% of people making over $600,000. Do anybody really make $600,000? I mean, obviously there are people out there that do that, but we're taxing the rich here. Taxing the rich, of course. Not like they are important to the economy or anything. A new 10% tax bracket for anyone making over $1 million. Well, there we go once again. 3.8 investment tax on top of state income taxes. Oh, raise the hotel tax. New personal property tax on landscaping equipment. What? That's landscaping equipment. So if you just want to, do your own landscaping because you're in the countryside and you want to make your house pretty, get a personal property tax on land. Ban gas powered leaf blowers. Yay. I'm glad we're going to head towards Germany. Well, actually, no. Germany's relying on Russian gas. Sorry, I'm talking my ass here. But they're really trying really fucking hard to get rid of gas. Guarantee illegal aliens free education. That's what actually killed that one Democrat lady. Make it illegal. Well, no, it's actually insurance, not education. Close enough. Make it illegal to approach somebody at the abortion clinic. Extend the time absentee ballots can be received after election day to 3 days. We already read that one. Allow people to cast their votes electronically through the internet, which we read. Expand ranked choice voting. Extend the deadline for ballot curing to 1 week after election day. Redact the addresses of political candidates from FOIAs. Interesting. Add Virginia to the National Popular Vote Compact for presidential electors. I don't know what that is, but I don't trust that. Make it illegal to hand count ballots. $500 sales tax on firearm suppressors. Assault weapons, quote unquote, another large capacity magazine ban. And more gun control. 11% sales tax on all firearms and ammunition. More gun control and more taxes. Prohibit outdoor shooting of firearms on land less than 5 acres. Lower the criminal penalties for robbery. Ban the arrest of illegal aliens in courthouses. Remove mandatory minimum sentences. Allow localities to install speed cameras. Ew. Replace Columbus Day with Indigenous Peoples Day. So yes, congratulations, chat. If you live in Virginia, you're getting your ass fucked. Like, that's just... the whole list just sounds like... I don't want to be like, people who are saying Europe is over, right? I don't want to be like, Virginia's over. But I'm reading all this stuff, and I'm like, man, I would move out of Virginia. That's not the solution, right? The only way to make your state, your home better is to actually stay there and fight for it. Tooth and nail, despite it all. And if you give up and move away, that's just like we talked earlier about, well, just giving up in general. But I'm reading this, and I'm like, all those fucking taxes. All the gun control restrictions. The gas power leaf blowers. Giving illegals even more rights in the voting and stuff like that. Like, this is not something that... So, I know I said earlier that I support voting, and I still advocate for that, even though I know it's not the best, right? This is a case where, well... voting... for legal reasons, I'll just keep on saying that it is the solution for legal reasons, so... oh, fucking hell. Like, this is not gonna be a simple vote your way out of this solution. We have now basically permanently turned... Because the thing is, Virginia was a swing state. Now it's just permanently blue. It's gonna be permanently blue with these, in this case. And this is what the Democrats want to do in all these different states. And any Republicans that are being like, oh, more black women. Oh, we can't gerrymander. That's unfair. That's not right at all. Okay, well, too bad the Democrats are. The Democrats are? What are you gonna do about it? You're gonna lose power, you fucking retards. You can't... It's all about power. And that's all that matters. They have long stopped playing fair. When are you gonna actually pick up the sword and fight back? So... oh... Democracy is a stupid system? I would pretty much agree with that. I'm not a monarchist. Spoon hasn't convinced me to become a monarchist. And, but I just... At the end of the day, like... I don't like democracy either. Democracy is such a fucked up system. It allows more people to commit fraud and scams to enrich themselves, which makes them easier to bribe, and which means there's more corruption in the system by default. So that's a huge issue with democracy, just that alone. Plus, you have the idiots voting. Like, if we're actually gonna have a democracy, it needs to be regulated to white straight males that are married with 1 kid. And then we can look into service guarantee citizenship. They're completely against it, but that can be abused. Also, probably should also just be for white straight male too. In that case, add that stipulation. And then property is ideally a more ideal. But when Bill Gates owns the vast majority of land within the United States, it's kind of hard to do that. And then BlackRock owns all the rest. So, it's kind of hard to make property a stipulation. Oh. And Washington's trying to ban 3D printers? Why? What's wrong with 3D printers? 3D printers are amazing. And like, if I was smart and creative, I would totally get a 3D printer and fuck around with that. Then you know how much fun a 3D printer sounds like? And then I can make my little figures. You know how cool that would be? But then I have to paint them, and I don't know how to paint. That's a different story, I guess. Well, like, 3D printers are so cool. And I just... Oh, that makes me mad. You can print guns, that's why? Well, that's the cool part about them, man! Many cool things about them. So... Well, I find monarchy to be the most open and fair form of government because it tells you upfront who has power and what hierarchy is. Most people, and pretty much all women, are not built for politics. I agree with that. I pretty much agree with everything you said because, like, I'm not actually against monarchy. My issue with monarchy is actually the modern day. Because monarchy was great when we had a feudal system where you had to, you know, ride a horse for 3 days to go from town to town at the bare minimum. Nowadays, it just turns into full authoritarianism, which, in a way, I'm actually kind of for. Because, once again, it's all about power, and when a good guy has power, good things happen. When a bad guy has power, bad things happen. It's that simple. But at the same time, like, monarchy just seems just like authoritarianism all over again. Like, there's going to be no difference between the two of them. So, I just can't advocate for a surveillance state, even though it's going to be happening anyways, regardless if you like it or not. Palantir. So, it's just... I can't make a decision on what system I want to support because to me they're all fucked and they all have a bunch of negatives that I dislike. So, you know, I'm just waiting for the savior to come. You know, if somebody comes through with a funny mustache, well, why my problems create why my solutions is all I'm saying. And then whatever happens, happens after that because I'm fucking sick of this shit. Thank you, Kalergi, for that $2 reduce on Rover Rumble. Thank you. Agreed, but I hate leaf blowers. What do they actually do? Moving a mess of leaves from X spot to a mess of leaves in Y spot. Realize they're not actually banning leaf blowers, but they should. Oh, Hex1, thank you for the raid over on Rumble. Thank you, my dude. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you had a good stay. We are going over the results of the Virginia election. Well, not the results. The after effects of the Virginia election that happened back in November now. If you live in Virginia, raiders, prepare to pay more in taxes, and also be very careful what guns you buy too, because they're coming after your asses. But thank you again for the raid. Mods, if you can shout them out, that'd be greatly appreciated. Within the Rumble chat. Washingtonian here, the bill's retarded as it covers all mills and CNN machine, in addition to 3D printers and laser cutters. It's so broad-reaching it would potentially put all machine shops and even Boeing out of business. What the fuck? All this because people are so fucking retarded they have no clue how the world functions. That's true. That's most politicians, though. Also, a lot of politicians are women, so there seems to be an overlap there. But it's all about power. I've been repeating myself all fucking day today about power here. But once again, it's all about power. In this case, it's not about who uses it, good or bad. In this case, it's just about the power trip in general. The ego boost. To be able to have control over people's lives and regulate them down the hell at the EU. So... I keep losing my guns every time I go fishing. I said an innuendo, not innuendo, a euphemism for something that I don't understand. In that case, I'm a little retarded. I'm just a little retarded, and I don't understand how that kind of stuff means. Also, can you... A kitty. Hopefully don't hear her too much. You might be joining me on the desk. See how that... Kitty. You're very cute. But it's funny, every place Tim Pool moves raises taxes right after he invests in constructing a big place. I wonder. I can't imply it. I was gonna make some sort of like half joke about him being part of the problem there, but and I won't do that because I feel like that's the wrong implication. Okay, quick rant right now. Okay, I am proud to say I've never been a fan of Joe Rogan. Like, I never got into him. I just didn't find his content, and I didn't really care about it. And it is what it is. But I understand that like he was like super popular on the right for like various reasons like that. And I just kind of saw him as like another like milk toast conservative weather vane kind of deal. In this case. And now he's been coming out recently, like he was also supporting Trump about mass mutations just a few years ago, right? And now there's been clips of his podcast talking about how like they're being too cruel, these children are crying, they're dragging pregnant women down the street and all this other fucking stuff. And I'm like, just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You are so insufferable. Like, I don't like any of these like really big creators at the end of the day. They all just seemed they don't have the balls or the convictions to actually say and do what's actually necessary. They either are too fifis or they're being bought off or they're too scared to lose what they have. I mean, Joe Rogan went through the whole cancellation process with like Spotify, I think, or was it YouTube? This years ago, but he lost a lot of his records when he did the whole Spotify deal. I remember that happening and different things like that. And it's just like, you don't understand that. You don't understand the severity here. I get he's got like the boomer thing going on, where he's just old and the feelings and liberalism. But there's so many people that actually listen to him and respect him. I just can't. I don't know. I don't like, the bigger you are, the more suspicious I am. Not gonna lie, I never liked Ben Shapiro. I never liked Tim Pool. I didn't get into Joe Rogan. Like, there's something about it. Like, obviously, like, people like you for a reason. But when you start taking sponsors, then you get chained down in this case. And then, like, I don't know. It just seems like you're more susceptible to the claim, to fame. And you want to keep on lasting those, like, 15 seconds more. And it just makes you just, I don't know, just something about it. Something about it. Overall, I know it seems a little bit hypocritical since I am a Sargon fangirl, and he's actually decent size now. I mean, look at the Lotus Eaters and everything like that. But I mean, he always got, like, demonized, through and through. And I don't know, something was just different about him. It wasn't the same level as the people. And he was probably the biggest person I ever watched or really supported. Everybody else was really small. I just don't trust the bigger you are. I just something that I don't trust authority. I don't trust the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. You know, I'm also down for getting the feds in there and kicking out the Somalians. I'm not a big fan of the government. It's just, the more power and more money you have, the less likely I'm gonna trust you. Just something about you fucking stinks. So. Joe just needs another testosterone shot in his ass, and I don't mean from friend. Sargon said no to the wall trip. Base. See, I know a lot of my community doesn't really care for Sargon. Understandable, because I have moved righter than Sargon throughout the years. I have moved past Sargon on some things. So I do respect him for what he is. But then again, I don't know. Listen. He had he's one of the 3 main factors of who I am today. Okay, I gotta respect him. I was a big fan of Ben in 2014. I carried that shame to my grave. Oof, I'm sorry for your loss. Personally, I would go on the wall trip, but only because it would be cool to see all the historical sites and where Jesus was. Dude, the wall trip is... I mean, I understand the sentiment because it would be cool. Actually, I would agree. It would be cool for that. But when you kiss that wall... you're doing more than kissing a wall. That's for sure. I think that's the major problem. Most of the time, power shows the true character. Yeah, it's not power corrupts. Power just shows the true intentions. And most people are evil and corruptible. People aren't a blank slate. People aren't naturally good. People are, by default, self-centered and selfish. And it takes a strong morality and strong parents and and a culture to actually raise them to create the moral code. That's why morality is different throughout across the world. That's why the West is not compatible with the rest of the world. We are vastly different than them across the board. And which is why we have the problems we have today, for example. And it's still not even perfect in those regards. It's just, you know, it actually takes somebody with genuine intentions. Those are far and few between. Far and few between. Everyone has a price. Everyone has a price. Even I have a price. Like, I've done bad things before in the past that I regret. And I know, I'm sure, you know, if you give me $5 million, I'll probably do something. I don't fucking know, right? Hopefully I won't. Hopefully I won't. I don't really want to be rich. I don't want to be big and famous myself. I just kind of want to yap and not have the Eye of Sauron on me, frankly. I'm terrified of that. In this case, but I'm sure something, right? Like, I mean, for fuck's sakes, for example, right? I told myself I was never gonna get a sponsor, because I don't trust sponsors, right? Well then, the Dragon's Treasure reached out, and the Teeman's really based. He's quite inflammatory, actually. It's great. And he sells good products, and he reached out to me via affiliate, and I questioned him. I was like, you do realize I say the N-word on a repeated basis and all this fun stuff. And he's like, yeah, that's cool. So it's like, okay. He's like, as long as you know, chill occasionally and all this fun stuff, and don't be retarded when it comes to shilling my brand, I'm like, okay, cool. So that sounds good enough to me. And I was like, yeah, so that's a good way to support the channel if you use code Amalgamyte for 10% off. You get tea, soap, coffee, and powdered drinks with that, too. But yeah, everyone has a price. In this case, I made sure there'd be no strings attached with this. But that's far and few between in this case. And that's why I like the T-Man, because of this case. But everyone has a price. Not the same as, I don't know, Raid Shadow Legends! Oh, yeah, Raid... I've heard they're actually a pretty good sponsor overall, but I could never actually be sponsored. Like, it would be something like the T-Man here, where the products are actually good. Like, I actually do have and use the teas and the soaps. I don't like coffee. I have yet to try the powdered drinks yet, but I will eventually here. He's a good person. You know, he's not gonna cancel me because I say the N-word and all that fun stuff, right? He's actually a little bit more inflammatory than I am in a lot of ways. In this case. So, like, there's, you know, here we go. And when it comes to this, but I don't see myself ever getting another sponsor again. It would have to be somebody at the same level as this, because I just don't trust it. Once you get a sponsor, you're tied down, to whatever the fuck, their morality is, their principles. They don't want to be canceled. And it would require somebody like the T-Man who is independent and works on his own and has the same politics as promised me to not fuck me over. And if he ever does fuck me over, then I'll go scorched earth on him. But I don't see that happening because he's a cool dude. So, but that's because it's a one-on-one individual basis here. I just don't trust this. The soap is nice. The soap is nice. I'm planning on I got my soap recently, and I'm using it whenever I take a shower again. He can't be a bad guy. He took a kitten. True. Tea for Palestine. Might be able to get an Antelope Hill publishing sponsor though. I don't know. Maybe that actually sounds fun though. Like if I do get any sponsors, like I said, it would have to be somebody like T, where there's like no real strings attached or the reasonable strings, right? Like I'm not gonna be talking about some other competitor when I have T-Man on screen, right? That's retarded. But it's you know, that would be nice. It'd be somebody on the side that I support as well, that I actually utilize and are not gonna cancel me for what I believe in, and are not going to hold me to some really high fucking standard to be a good little goy. Like, no, fuck that shit. So, let's see here. Okay, I think we're caught up. Rumble. Check YouTube real quick, make sure I didn't miss anything. You guys have been very, very nice to me tonight, and it makes me feel weird. Makes me feel weird. I'm just started. Here. Okay, YouTube's all good in the hood. Ko-Fi's all good in the hood too. Okay then. So, we are a little bit over. No worries here. I've been enjoying chatting with y'all tonight. YouTube bros, I'm sending you over to Mari_En. He is not political, so do not bring politics in her chat. You'll be shot on sight for being gay. We do not like the gays here. Do not fucking bring up politics in chat. That's gay as fuck. For legal reasons, that's a joke, YouTube. Okay, listen. Kick bros, I'm sending you over to Leaflet. She is political. But if she's not bringing up politics, don't be gay and bring up unrelated discussions that way, or else you also will still be kicked. In that case. Rumble bros, you stay in the cuck chair. Because, you know, I don't know anybody on Rumble and I'm too scared. So there we go. Okay. I will see you guys Wednesday, 7:45 p.m. EST. We'll see if it'll be a news or maybe be more Outlast. We'll see how that goes. Like, I'm kind of feeling a break from. I'm tired of talking about Minnesota at this point. But we'll see if, you know, the world's burning, how that goes. If you like to blast your eardrums out, check out the Outlast. Other than that, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for all the stubby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings, and everything else in between once again. And if you came from Side Scrollers, I hope you enjoyed the show, and you know, within your cup of tea here, all things considered. And I hope you have a good night. Thank you, everybody. Good night. Good night. Good night. See you Wednesday. Bye. La 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 la.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?